addressing his MPs this afternoon. That was after the announcement that at least 54 letters had gone in was made by Sir Graham Brady, chair of the 1922 committee.
The threshold of 15% of the parliamentary party seeking a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister has been passed. Therefore, a vote of confidence will take place within the rules of the 1922 committee. That vote will take place this evening in the House of Commons between 6 and 8 o'clock, and we will announce the result shortly thereafter. There will be arrangements for proxy votes for any colleagues who can't be present in person in Westminster, and we'll notify colleagues of those arrangements in the near future.
Sir Graham Brady there. So how does the no confidence process work? Well, to trigger a vote, 15% of Conservative MPs, that's 54 of them, have to submit no confidence letters. In the vote, more than half the party's MPs, that's 180, need to vote against the Prime Minister to remove him. If that happens, there's a leadership contest and Boris Johnson is barred from running, but if he wins, he is safe under current rules for a year. Downing Street issued a statement in response to the news that the Prime Minister would face the vote, saying this: "Tonight is a chance to end months of speculation and allow the government to draw a line and move on, delivering on the people's priorities." The Prime Minister welcomes the opportunity to make his case to MPs and will remind them that when they're united and focused on the issues that matter to voters, there is no more formidable political force. But despite Downing Street's bullishness, those letters of no confidence have continued to be submitted, with the MP John Penrose resigning as the Prime Minister's anti-corruption champion in light of the vote being triggered. In his resignation letter, he wrote that the only fair conclusion to draw from the Sue Gray report is that the Prime Minister had breached a fundamental principle of the ministerial code, which is a clear resigning matter.
Sue Gray report says so in terms. It says there are major problems with leadership, and he hasn't addressed that at all in his response. I think at that point it's pretty clear that he has broken the ministerial code in a very material way, and at that point, I'm afraid it's normally a resignation matter for the minister concerned, but also clearly I, as the anti-corruption czar, can't carry on in that role until and unless this is addressed. It feels now like a question of when, not if. But we will have to wait and see what the result is. If he has a thumping victory this evening, then that might be different. But at the moment, insofar as anyone can tell, it feels like the beginning of the end.
Well, the former Health Secretary and Foreign Secretary, Jeremy Hunt, has also made his position on Boris Johnson's confidence vote pretty clear. In a lengthy statement on Twitter, he said, "Anyone who believes our country is stronger, fairer and more prosperous when led by Conservatives should reflect that the consequence of not changing will be to hand the country to others who do not share those values. Today's decision is change or lose. I will be voting," he said, "for change." But unsurprisingly, there's been strong support for the Prime Minister from some of his cabinet members, among them Jacob Rees-Mogg, Dominic Raab and Nadine Dorries. All told Sky News they believe Boris Johnson will comfortably survive this evening's vote.
The thing to remember about Boris Johnson is he is a remarkably charismatic leader. People stop in their cars to get out and say hello to him, shake him by the hand. That's a charisma that nobody else in the Conservative Party, or indeed in the Socialist Party, had. The difference between Boris Johnson and Theresa May is that Theresa May didn't go because she won the no-confidence vote, but not by enough. She went because, having won that vote, having secured her position, she then lost on the withdrawal agreement 3 times. The first time by the biggest parliamentary majority against a government in history. And it was because she couldn't deliver policy in the House of Commons that she had to go, not actually because of internal party machinations.
I hope that MPs will overwhelmingly support him. I believe that they will. That will, I hope as well, but draw a line behind some of this. There's been speculation for weeks now. We've got a whole packed agenda. We've got a general election in less than 2 years, packed agenda on levelling up, on skills, of course the cost of living, the crime and law enforcement, which is one of my areas, working with Priti Patel, or we can turn inwards with what I think the public will view as a rather self-indulgent bout of talking to ourselves. And so I think it's important people get behind the Prime Minister, and I'm confident they will.
I'm not worried at all. In fact, I'd like to get this vote out of the way so that we can get on focusing on the issues that really need to be focused on. 14 million people voted for the Prime Minister in a general election, the biggest vote that a Conservative Prime Minister has had since Margaret Thatcher. I find it utterly bizarre that a small number of MPs think that they can overrule that vote, that vote of 14 million people. It's quite something that they think they can do that. And so, let's get this vote done. Let's move on tomorrow.
Well, earlier, Boris Johnson welcomed the Estonian Prime Minister to Downing Street, but not in the normal fashion. Kaja Kallas arrived earlier this afternoon for her bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister, but rather than he offering the customary greeting at the door, Ms Kallas had to wait for staff to let her in.
Thank you for having me. We have been great allies in NATO, and we are very grateful for the British troops in Estonia.
The two leaders have now finished their meeting discussing the war in Ukraine. Ms Kallas thanked Boris Johnson for his leadership on the world stage against Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is with me now. Now, Sam, you have your ear, as far as I can tell, pretty much perpetually to the ground, the Westminster ground. How do things look for Boris Johnson?
Well, Mark, at this point, here we are, 8 minutes into the vote of no confidence being underway, 2 hours to determine Boris Johnson's future. We'll get the results at about 9 o'clock. What you would expect to be happening is potentially the rebels to be playing down how well they think they're going to do. And what's interesting tonight is they're not quite doing that. At the moment, there is some concern on the Downing Street side about how they're going to do, and there is not quite optimism, because I don't think the rebels think that they're going to win, but there is quiet confidence that they might surprise when it comes to the numbers that we discover at 9 o'clock. Now, we don't expect, it is an extraordinary hurdle for Boris Johnson to be outed in one go today for more than 180 Conservative MPs to vote no confidence, given in part that so many of them are members of the government, on the payroll in some way, ministerial aides, they have jobs dependent on that. But what I've been hearing all day long is a procession of people, some of whom are in the government, who are on those ministerial ranks, saying, no, they are going to vote in private, quietly, against Boris Johnson today. And I think that is the fact that there are so many people on the government payroll now talking about voting against Boris Johnson is something I sense that Downing Street were underestimating this time last week. So there are groups of people that I think perhaps the people in there behind us were discounting just a few days ago that now they're having to pay some attention.
He could lose.
It's an incredibly high bar for Boris Johnson to lose. But the outcome that we could get is a very, very messy victory. Now, one leading rebel that I bumped into on the way here, said that he was expecting defeat, but defeat by only 30 or 40 votes. So we're looking at a result of maybe 200 in favour, 170, 160 Tory rebels against the Prime Minister. And just stand back and imagine that, 160 of the 350-odd Tory MPs voting against Boris Johnson. How does he manage to put that all back in the box together, try and knit the party back together? He's not been a Prime Minister afraid of challenges and turbulence. He thrives on that. That's how he got his 80-seat majority in 2019. But that sense that I think that some on his own team are now starting to, or in the wider government team are starting to question, I think is important. A couple of little straws in the wind. You do have an influential website called Conservative Home. Paul Goodman, the editor, writing a piece this evening which seemed to suggest that that website, that calling card website for Conservative grassroots members up and down the country, thinks that maybe Boris Johnson's time is up. Now, you have had plenty of people coming out and saying that they support Boris Johnson. It has been put to me that even members of the cabinet may say in public one thing and perhaps do in private something else. But nevertheless, you wouldn't be in the cabinet if you didn't come out and support Boris Johnson at a time like this. So let's hear Rishi Sunak, who one time was pretender to the throne, now perhaps slightly hard of him, but nevertheless issuing his words of support to Boris Johnson today.
Your former colleague, the former Financial Secretary to the Treasury, Jessie Norman, has written a letter today calling on the Prime Minister to resign. Do you agree with him?
No, not.
No.
No. Entirely sure what this has to do with the statement, but I disagree with him, as I said, and I support the Prime Minister, but I thank Jessie for the job he did when he was a Minister in the Treasury.
So we've got Peter Bottomley, I can tell you, Mark, was the first Tory MP in the queue to cast his ballot. Roger Gale, not an unfamiliar face on many TV programmes, was fourth in the queue. The vote is underway. Grant Shapps, one of the first cabinet ministers there, we get the result at 9.
9 o'clock tonight. OK, Sam, thank you very much indeed. And if Boris Johnson loses this vote, a leadership contest will then be triggered, and that would happen less than 3 years since he was elected. So let's look at some of the candidates who could stand to replace him. Currently, one of the front-runners is the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss. The Chancellor, mentioned by Sam Coates there, Rishi Sunak, was previously a front-runner, but accusations about his wealth and the handling of cost of living crisis and so forth has seen his popularity slip, rather. Jeremy Hunt, the former Health Secretary, also is seen as a good candidate to lead the party. He ran against Boris Johnson, of course, in the last Tory leadership vote and made it to the final 2. Other cabinet ministers in the running could be the Education Secretary, Nadhim Zahawi, Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab, and also the Defence Secretary is an interesting possible candidate, Ben Wallace. And other names to keep an eye on are the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Michael, so pretty much everyone, actually, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Tom Tugendhat, and the Trade Minister, Penny Mordaunt. And joining us now is the director and co-founder of Delta Poll, Joe Twyman, who is in central London. Joe, thanks very much for being with us. So first of all, just how do you see this going?
Well, it's very difficult to know for sure in terms of the numbers. I think it's very likely that Boris Johnson will get the 180 MPs that he needs. But the question is, how far over that threshold will he be, and what will the impact of the victory mean? I think if he gets fewer than 227 MPs, it will be difficult for him, because that will mean he performs worse than Theresa May did, at least in percentage terms. And that's really a difficult story to deal with, given that she was gone within 6 months. Now, of course, the context is different in this election, because there is no obvious rival waiting in the wings in the way that Boris Johnson himself was last time around. The field, as you just demonstrated with your graphic, is extremely wide for possible replacements. But I think that 227 would be the absolute minimum that Boris Johnson would want. If he can get above 275, he's probably in a better position. Above 300, and he can draw a line under things. But where it falls, we just don't know.
But are things different in the sense that with Theresa May, it was about policy? With Boris Johnson, it is much more about personality, isn't it?
Yes, I think that's right to a certain extent. Theresa May's inability to get some of her policies through was at least in part attributed to her personality. But it's clear that this time it's not about a disagreement about policy, about Brexit or anything else. This is a disagreement about the very fundamentals of Boris Johnson's personality, whether the public can trust him, whether the public thinks he plays by his own rules, and whether the public thinks he is honest. Those are the kind of stories that we tell ourselves and each other that can be so important in determining who people vote for in the next general election. And essentially, that's the question that Conservative MPs will be asking themselves tonight. Is Boris Johnson the best person available to win the general election next time around? And if not, then who is best placed to do that? In the absence of an obvious rival, it is a big gamble to go with somebody else, but many MPs may believe that that is a gamble worth taking.
And to what extent, given everything you've just said, to what extent are the polls driving this dissatisfaction? Because I was having a look this afternoon. I mean, his polling on personal approval or trustworthiness is pretty grim.
In many ways, it's the polls that are the reason we are here. The Conservatives have been lagging behind Labour in the polls now for some time at the national level when it comes to the straight voting intention question, but also, perhaps more importantly, when it comes to questions of leadership. Boris Johnson has been very low in the polls for some time and well below Keir Starmer. And that's a bad position for any leader to be in, but particularly given the kind of questions that are being asked about his personality, it does raise the big question about whether he can recover from this position, at least sufficiently to fight another election. And that is the question that MPs will be asking tonight.
Right, I mean, and that is interesting. Is there any polling being done, or has it been done recently, on what voters think about, if he wins this, you know, his ability to be able to turn things round?
Well, it's very difficult to ask that within a survey because people just are very poor at explaining their own behaviour. But what we do know historically is that when leaders have faced leadership contests, they have generally gone on to not do well later on. Now, whether that be John Major, for instance, losing the general election that followed his leadership contest, whether that would be Margaret Thatcher, who never made it to the election after having won the first round of her leadership contest, admittedly under different rules, or whether it be the most recent example of Theresa May. The Conservatives have a long history of leaders who are fatally wounded by leadership challenges. Now, whether that death arrives swiftly or over time remains to be seen, but historically, it doesn't look good for the Conservatives and for Boris Johnson in particular.
Yeah, Joe, thanks very much. The picture you're seeing on the right of your screen there is room 14, committee room, where the voting is taking place. Let's go live to Central Lobby inside those Houses of Parliament, and Sky's Ali Fortescue. And Ali, you've been talking to MPs. What have they been telling you?
Yeah, I've literally just come from the committee room where people are voting, and there's a queue of about 30 or so MPs outside. Some have left and say they're going to have to come back later because there's such a long queue. It was quite fitting that the father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley, was first in the queue. We asked him which way he was going to vote, but he said he's always kept his views to himself. Shortly after him, I think fourth in the queue, was Roger Gale, who we know is a long-time critic. He called the process of going in there and voting, he said, I would be surprised by which way he's voted. He's said previously that he thinks Boris Johnson should go, but he described that process as very painful. And then behind him were a couple of cabinet ministers, Alistair Jack and Grant Shapps. So that voting is going on now. Of course, it's going to finish at 8 p.m, we expect, and then we will find out from Sir Graham Brady just how well or just how badly the Prime Minister has done. 180 is, of course, as we've been saying, a very high bar. But the question is just how many people will, in a secret ballot, vote against the Prime Minister. We know that he faced the 1922 committee earlier. A Conservative Party source described him as buoyant. They said he was pumped, upbeat, focused, and that he talked about this not being the moment for the party to turn in on itself. But I did speak to someone who's planning to vote against the Prime Minister this evening. She said she'd been unimpressed by his performance at the 1922 committee. She said that he lacked passion, that he was reading from a script. So there are people that are very angry, that are trying to persuade others to vote against the Prime Minister. And of course, we won't have to wait long now, only a couple of hours, until we know how Boris Johnson has done in this vote. Of course, 180 is the magic number, but I think there are a few people that expect that he will be immediately defeated. But even so, losing a big chunk of the Tory party in a vote like this could haunt the Prime Minister and could be very difficult to recover from.
OK, Ali, thank you very much indeed. This is the News Hour at 6, live from Downing Street this evening. Coming up, we'll have today's other news, including cutting edge. The UK prepares to send long-range missile systems to Ukraine in a bid to slow Russia's advance in the east of that country.
Independent United Kingdom.
These last few years have seen some huge stories. these stories have been driven by politics, by politicians, the people in power.
You must stay at home.
And it's my job to figure out how these decisions made by politicians impact all of us in our everyday lives.
This is the worst thing I've ever been through in my life.
People turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, I don't want to.
And that is what it is. It's first-class poverty.
Is this an example of the welfare state failing?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
These are stories that affect us all. Millions of children are now having to catch up. Some stories have changed all of our lives. Because like the residents, the staff are being infected. Politicians, they make decisions all of the time, and it's our job to hold them to account.
I wonder if you will take this opportunity to apologise to those families.
But in the end, the real power doesn't actually lie with the politicians. The real power lies with the people. I'm Nick Martin. I'm the People and Politics correspondent at Sky News.
The inspiration behind our product came from understanding how big of a problem livestock methane emissions were.
I'm Yvan Bourgnon, I'm a sailor. I spent half time of my life on the sea. We have a factory who can convert this plastic to energy. And so after, at the end, we can minimize the footprint carbon of the boat.
Con eso ya podemos ir evaluando entonces cómo el cambio climático va a afectar estos ecosistemas. Y eso cómo afecta prácticamente toda la cadena. O sea, si afectamos a los productores primarios, que son las microalgas, vamos a ver afectado obviamente todo el resto de los organismos.
Welcome back to Downing Street. Let's catch up with some other news now. And Britain is to send high-tech rocket systems to Ukraine to help the country defend itself against Russian aggression. The move has been coordinated closely with the US, which announced it was sending similar weapons last week. The Russian President, Vladimir Putin, had threatened to strike new targets if longer-range missiles are sent to Kyiv. Sky's Alistair Bunkle is in Dnipro.
Well, this has been done in coordination with the Americans. It was at the request of the Ukrainians, who believe they desperately need these new missile systems in order to strike Russian supply lines, but also long-range Russian artillery deep into Russian-held Ukrainian territory. And so after some deliberating over it, the White House agreed to send these systems, and then this morning the British have announced that they will follow suit too. The idea is it won't be a game changer. You know, they are precision strike. They are supposed to be very, very accurate. It's not suddenly going to win the war for the Ukrainians, but what they hope it will do, if they use it correctly, is swing the momentum back in their favour, and they help push the Russians back from the positions they're in at the moment. I think they clearly have the Russians slightly rattled, because over the last week or so, as rumours that these missiles would be coming to Ukraine, you've heard a few announcements from the Kremlin threatening to target areas, possibly even within Europe itself, if these missile systems were sent here. And Vladimir Putin himself yesterday said they would look at new targets to strike if so. Apparently the Americans have sought a promise from the Ukrainians that they won't be used to hit targets inside Russia itself, and I think the British will have extracted similar guarantees. But what it shows to me is the continued sort of level of investment that London and Washington still have in this conflict that is grinding on and on.
Just enough time for a quick look at some of the day's other top stories. And thousands of people, including school children and teachers, have been left stranded in Europe after the half-term break as travel disruption continues. EasyJet cancelled 80 flights on Sunday, with almost 200 cancelled flights across all airlines over the weekend. Also, people are being urged to avoid the London Underground today. Thousands of members of the RMT union are striking over a dispute about jobs and pensions. Transport for London says some services are running, but that stations in central and south London will be closed or only open for limited periods. And a British geologist has been jailed for 15 years for trying to smuggle artifacts out of Iraq. Jim Fitton collected 12 stones and shards of broken pottery as souvenirs while on an organised geology and archaeology tour. Under Iraqi law, he could have faced the death penalty. This is the News Hour at 6, live from Downing Street, as MPs, Conservative MPs, have been voting, started voting. Voting is between 6 and 8 o'clock. Results sometime around 9 o'clock, so stay with us.
We support communities to grow food in lost and unloved spaces across the city. So our main kind of driving force is to get people growing.
Welcome back to Downing Street. Conservative MPs have begun voting on whether or not to get rid of their leader, Boris Johnson. Historically, prime ministers who have survived a confidence vote have had no choice but to step down in the following months. I'm joined now by a former advisor to both David Cameron and Theresa May, Mo Hussein. Thanks very much for being with us. So, do you think that this could be the beginning of the end?
I think it certainly could be. Let's wait and see what the results are. It feels like the Prime Minister may win this, but the scale of any victory will be important. And if it's less than the Theresa May victory, which was 63%, I think, then I think that will be quite damaging. And the very fact that we're even having a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister, who less than 3 years ago won a resounding 80-seat majority, I think speaks volumes about how fractured now the party is and his own authority as well.
And Mo, he will have people like you around him. What will they have been doing today? Presumably cajoling MPs and offering MPs all sorts of things in return for support.
Yes, exactly. There will be a lot of recounting, let's say, the greatest hits of the Johnson administration, which we have all heard, whether it's getting Brexit done or the vaccine rollout, which are all valid things. But there's a question around how long you can dine out on these things when people want issues to be addressed right now, whether it is the cost of living crisis or whether it is dealing properly with Partygate. So there will be a lot of reminding people that the Prime Minister has won twice in London. He won on the Brexit referendum. He won in 2019. There'll also be questions around, well, who's next? Who is the obvious successor? Who is the obvious front runner? And is this the right time with the cost of living crisis that people are experiencing and with Ukraine? So these will be things that will be used with MPs just to test where they are and see if they can fall in line. But whether they'll be successful, I think we need to, remains to be seen, because I think the threshold for many MPs has passed. And when you say something different in private, and we understand that the Prime Minister, when asked about Partygate, said he would do it again to Conservative MPs, but in public you somewhat apologise and you say you've learned lessons, I think that's a real problem in terms of trust issues.
And he had such a thumping victory in 2019. I suppose my question is, how and why has it come to this?
Well, he did have a thumping victory in 2019 because he's a very good campaigner, and he reached part of the country that no Conservative leader has reached before. But there is clearly a difference between campaigning and governing. And I think when you have a series of unforced errors and self-inflicted wounds, whether it is various policy U-turns, that perhaps the writing is on the wall, you march MPs up a hill, get them to vote a certain way, only to change their mind a bit later, that erodes goodwill and trust. If you look at Partygate and the mishandling of that, where we were told there's nothing to see here, there were no parties, and we're now 126 fines later, that again chips away at the goodwill people might have towards you and the authority when you are trying to govern, you are trying to get laws. So I think that has all played a part. I think there's also a more fundamental question about which way the Conservative Party is going, because you hear a lot of, we want to lower taxes and we want to go back to a smaller, less interventionist state. However, the government's actions don't particularly match that rhetoric, and there will be MPs on the right of the party who see a very big government spending lots of money, intervening still in people's lives. And they're questioning, well, where are the dividing lines with the Labour Party? What do we stand for the next election? So I think there's quite a few things that have led to this, depending on which wing of the Conservative Party you're on.
Yes, it's interesting. If he does win narrowly, is he the sort of Prime Minister, do you think, who may be able to turn things round?
I think that is very, very debatable, because there's always been something else. It was the local elections, it was the Sue Gray report, it was the Met Police report, and I think that is now running out. Even if he wins, there is still the spectre of the parliamentary committee hanging over the Prime Minister on whether he misled Parliament or not. MPs just want this to end, they want this to go away, but he can't promise them that, he can't guarantee that. And there's also the potential for other nations or other policy changes or U-turns to come up, which I think put him still in quite a difficult position. And depending on which wing of the party he tries to please and court the support from, you end up isolating the other MPs, the other wings of the party who may not be on the same page. So there will always be people within the Conservative Party who have a bone to pick with the Prime Minister, whichever direction he goes in going forward.
OK, Mo Hussain, thank you very much indeed. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is with me here. I gather that Theresa May has been casting her vote, is that right?
Boris Johnson's future is in the hands of 359 Conservative MPs. There's a long line. In that line is Theresa May wearing a black-laced ball gown. Right. We are told she is not celebrating. Instead, she is preparing to go off to a Jubilee dinner. But it takes Tory MPs of all shapes and sizes, all hues and different types to keep or oust a Prime Minister.
Right, so, now, look, scenarios, Sam, because you want to talk scenarios. So you want to do 4 scenarios. The first one, 180 plus rebels.
OK, so what we're going to see tonight is 359 MPs voting. Let's look at what different sizes of the number of rebels might mean. 180 or more, and he's gone. He's out. 2.5 years ago, Boris Johnson was the biggest electoral asset that the Conservative Party has seen since Margaret Thatcher, and he will have been ousted from power. Still some uncertainty about exactly when he'd leave office. Would he resign, hand in his resignation to the Queen straight away, maybe hand over power to Dominic Raab, or would he just wait, staying in office until a leadership contest that he can't take part in decides who his successor is? But 180 or more, and Boris Johnson is out of the door. So that's a fairly clean-cut result. But the most messy result, the second scenario I'm going to give you, is if there is 133 or more rebels, 133 up to 180. If that's the margin of rebels, then that's significant. That's a very narrow win for the Prime Minister. Why 133? That's because that's the proportion of rebels that there were when Theresa May faced a vote of no confidence. In other words, if it's more than 133, every opponent of Boris Johnson will be allowed to go around and say, Boris Johnson did worse than Theresa May. Look, she had to fall on her sword. It's only a matter of time until he does. Now, 100 rebels or more, well, that starts to be the rate that if it's 100 or less, that starts fewer. Then that starts to be the moment where Downing Street might be able to keep a lid on this. I think that 100 is the number that Downing Street are hoping that their ceiling is. But that even if it's under 100, the challenges aren't all out the way. You've got those 2 by-elections later this month. You've still got a standards inquiry looking into whether or not Boris Johnson lied. So all of those different scenarios. But I'm going to give you one final number, and that's 40. Because for all of these large numbers, if there are 40 rebels who are willing to vote against Boris Johnson, then in future, whenever there's a tight vote and those rebels vote in legislation with the opposition, then Boris Johnson risks losing. And so whatever the number tonight, it's going to be damaging because it shows he might not have the command of the Commons really going forward that you need to be a successful Prime Minister.
Really interesting. And just look, 30 seconds. I'm just interested in the timing. Why have the rebels chosen to go for this now?
I think that there hasn't been a very well coordinated plot. There's been different bits of the party reacting. The only thing that was coordinated was an attempt to make sure this didn't happen during the Jubilee period, with some letters held back until right at the end of festivities last night. It would have been more tactically sensible if you want to oust Boris Johnson to do it after the by-elections. I think that is a sign that this isn't this plot doesn't have one central coordinator, but is lots of disparate wings of the Conservative Party deciding that they think time is up for Boris Johnson.
Sam, it's really interesting. We'll have another chat in a moment or two. Thanks very much indeed. This is the News Hour at 6, live from Downing Street. Coming up, tonight's vote will determine the fate of Boris Johnson's leadership. But has the damage already been done?
made their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. There are hundreds of these turbines, there are thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. This is a show of strength at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance. We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
An enormous explosion has just come down.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
You either live and recover, or you die.
The inspiration behind our product came from understanding how big of a problem livestock methane emissions were.
I'm Yvan Bourgnon, I'm a sailor. I spent half time of my life on the sea. We have a factory who can convert this plastic to energy. And so after, at the end, we can minimize the footprint carbon of the boat.
Welcome back to Downing Street. We hope in a minute to speak to Professor Vernon Bogdanor, Professor of Government at King's College. We're just waiting for him to get connected. Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is still with me. Sam, I mean, let's just talk about how we got here. This thumping win in 2019 and delivery of Brexit, and now he's in this mess.
There's a fashionable phrase about Boris Johnson, which is that the Prime Minister is the greased piglet of British politics, always able to escape from the scrapes of whatever he's got himself into. And there have been a lot of things, whether it's wallpaper in Downing Street, holidays in Mustique, the stuff around Owen Paterson, the MP who was found guilty of breaking standards, breaking sleaze laws last year, and then, of course, infamously Partygate. But what MPs today have been very clear with, to me, is it isn't that he simply escapes from the net each time because he is some kind of Houdini of modern politics, but each one of those things has salami-sliced his reputation with both the public and with MPs. And it is this gradual accumulation of things that have resulted in today's vote. OK,
Sam, thank you very much. And we are now joined by the Professor of Government at King's College, London, and incidentally, one of David Cameron's former professors, Vernon Bogdanor. Thank you for being with us. And I just want to get a historical perspective on this, because votes of confidence do not work well for leaders. Let's start with Margaret Thatcher. She faced a vote of no confidence, didn't she?
Absolutely right. The point of a vote of no confidence is to clear the air, to discover either that the leader has still has support from the parliamentary party, or that he or she doesn't. Now, Margaret Thatcher didn't have that support, or rather she didn't have enough on the rules of the time to continue, and she went. Now, in a way, that did help the Conservative Party, because I believe that unless they changed their leader, unless John Major had become leader, they would not have won the 1992 election, which they won unexpectedly. In another way, it didn't clear the air because it opened the way for a civil war in the Conservative Party, which continued throughout the 1990s. And this is what some people fear about Boris Johnson, that if they voted him out, there would be a civil war in the Conservative Party, that it would reopen ideological conflicts, perhaps between the free marketeers and the interventionists, which Boris Johnson's rather, shall we say, colourful character hid from view. Another occasion on which it did clear the air was in opposition when Ian Duncan Smith was narrowly defeated as leader of the opposition in 2003. So it's mixed, but the likelihood, it seems to me tonight, obviously no one can tell, that there will be a large number of MPs who are opposed to Boris Johnson. It may not be a majority, but it will be quite a large number. And if that's so, the leadership election will not clear the air. It will just, as it were, kick the damage down the road.
Yeah, and just talk to me too about John Major and then Theresa May, because broadly speaking, the picture seems to be that these votes, whatever the result, do not work out well for prime ministers.
John Major in 1995 actually, as it were, called a vote of confidence in himself. He resigned as Conservative Party leader, but not as prime minister, and challenged anyone to oppose him. Now, in the end, John Redwood did, and John Major won comfortably in terms of votes, but given that he thought most of the payroll vote, that is ministers and parliamentary secretaries, had voted for him, a large number of backbenchers were actually opposed to him. Now, the opposition candidate was John Redwood, who's still in the House of Commons, but he appeared to many people as rather eccentric, and many thought that if a more promising candidate, such as Michael Portillo or Michael Heseltine had stood, they would have defeated John Major, or at least pressed him so hard he would have had to resign. Now, John Major lost a general election 2 years later. My suspicion is that anyone would have lost the 1997 election to Tony Blair, because the Conservatives had been there for nearly 18 years by 1997. So that didn't work. Now, Theresa May in 2018, she won a vote fairly convincingly by nearly 2-1. She got 63% of Conservative backbenchers supporting her. But 7 months later, she was out. So if you have a large number of people hostile to you, even if it's not a majority, it's very difficult to survive.
Yes, it's interesting. So, Professor, tell me why you think it is that leaders find it so difficult to recover from these votes of confidence. Is it just a gradual erosion of authority?
Well, we're talking about the Conservative Party, which is the most successful party in British electoral politics, arguably the most successful political party in the democratic world. And the Conservative Party sees itself as having a governing vocation. So they're quite ruthless towards their leaders. If it appears that a leader is not going to help them win the next general election, that leader will be turfed out. And this is why we see so many ructions in the Conservative Party, in my opinion.
Is there a chance that Boris Johnson is the sort of Prime Minister, the sort of leader who maybe could buck the trend?
Well, he's often been underestimated in the past. He won 2 elections as Mayor of London, and London, after all, is a left-wing city. It doesn't normally elect Conservatives. And then he won, in a sense, a referendum. He was a leading figure in the Brexit campaign, and he achieved a convincing majority in 2019. And then politically, of course, he broke the Brexit deadlock. He got Brexit done, to use the phrase. He really, in one way, removed it from the political agenda. It's now yesterday's argument, Brexit, on the whole, I think. So he's got great achievements to his credit. Now, the question Conservative MPs have to answer is, has that magic faded? Has Partygate permanently affected his political and electoral reputation, or can he recover from it? That's a very difficult question to answer, because who can foresee the future?
Absolutely. And just on the rules of all this, if he wins, is it right that he doesn't face another challenge for a year, or is it very easy to change the rules? What do you think would happen?
2 former chairs of the 1922 committee, that is the Conservative Backbench Committee, stated at the time of Theresa May's vote of confidence that they could change the rules, that Conservative MPs could change the rules. The rules were there to suit the convenience of Conservative MPs, and if they found that a leader, having won a vote, had nevertheless lost authority well before the end of another year, they might well try to change the rules. The important point to note is this, I think, that the leader of the Conservative Party, particularly when he or she's Prime Minister, has enormous power and authority, but he or she leads only as long as the MPs follow. And when the MPs cease to follow, the leader ceases to lead. That is a lesson that leaders such as Edward Heath, Margaret Thatcher, and Theresa May have all discovered.
OK, well, Professor, very interesting. Thank you very much indeed. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is still with me. A couple of minutes or so, Sam, until the top of the hour. So give us an idea of what you expect we will see tonight.
Well, we're approaching the halfway mark where ballots, just over another hour to go, where ballots can be cast. We haven't heard that Boris Johnson has voted yet. A number of members of the cabinet have, however. Some suggestions that Dominic Raab, Deputy Prime Minister, actually edged his way to the front of the queue. Michael Gove there, queuing and looking jolly, and Sajid Javid smiling when he thinks that people are looking at him. Now, I think that this is a pivotal point. There was always going to be some kind of showdown moment after the whole Partygate affair. It was delayed, of course, because of Ukraine. But what is striking, what is extraordinary, what is interesting about this evening is the numbers. It's always the numbers on nights like this. Now, you have clearly to get more than 180 Conservative MPs to vote no confidence in Boris Johnson to whisk him out the door. And quite whether we'll get to that very, very high hurdle is unclear. But today, the Sky News tally, compiled by my colleague Tom Larkin, puts the number of Tory MPs publicly declaring that they are going to vote no confidence in Boris Johnson or raising questions about Boris Johnson at over 50. So you've already got a number big enough to overturn his majority if there was a contentious issue and they wanted to vote against him. So Boris Johnson is already in serious trouble. And just the question is, how high is that number going to go, and whether or not, if Boris Johnson survives as Prime Minister, he can then piece his leadership back together again, potentially with a series of controversial announcements, maybe to do with Brexit and Northern Ireland, maybe to do with reforming the civil service. There are lots of tricks that he can pull, but the question is, will a narrow win be enough for him tonight, or will that just continue those questions? Because we've got another decision point. That's in about 3 weeks' time, when the voters in the southwest and in Wakefield go to the polls at those two by-elections. So tonight might not settle everything.
30 seconds left. But the interesting thing is that you talk about public declarations. I mean, it is a secret vote, isn't it?
We just don't know. But it's not just the people who have spoken. More than 130 Tory MPs haven't told anybody what way they're even leaning. That is why tonight is so exciting, and nobody can be certain about the result.
OK, Sam, thank you very much indeed. Keep your ear to the ground as the evening progresses. Thank you very much for being with us this hour. That was the News Hour at 6. Thanks very much for watching. Coming up, stay with us for a special programme on tonight's confidence vote in the Prime Minister. That programme coming up with Sophie Ridge.
Y con eso ya podemos ir evaluando entonces cómo el cambio climático va a afectar estos ecosistemas. Y eso cómo afecta prácticamente toda la cadena. O sea, si afectamos a los productores primarios, que son las microalgas, vamos a ver afectado obviamente todo el resto de los organismos.
We support communities to grow food in lost and unloved spaces across the city. So our main kind of driving force is to get people growing.
It's 7 o'clock. This is a Sky News special programme on tonight's confidence vote in the Prime Minister. Coming up, Conservative MPs are voting right now on the future of Boris Johnson as he fights for his political survival. And this is the room where MPs are casting their votes. Mr Johnson needs a simple majority to survive, lose, and he must step down. Well, voting goes on until 8 p.m. We're going to be bringing you all the latest as Conservative MPs finally show their cards.
He's got every big call right. They think a different leader would be the best way forward. I don't agree with them.
Nobody has had to force me to come out to support an exceptional, good, forward-looking Prime Minister.
It's pretty clear that he has broken the ministerial code.
I wouldn't put any money on this at all, either way.
Hello, good evening. Conservative MPs are deciding the future of the Prime Minister with the confidence vote in Boris Johnson taking place right now. Well, Mr Johnson needs a simple majority of 180 MPs to vote in his favour in order to cling onto power. Lose and he'll be ousted. Well, throughout this special programme, I'll be joined by no less than 3 cabinet ministers backing their boss, as well as some of the rebels hoping to topple their own leader. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, has the story of the day so far.
After a weekend which saw the nation come together to celebrate one leader, today another watching his followers split apart. The uneasy Jubilee truce between the PM and his party over, and a vote of confidence called.
The threshold of 15% of the parliamentary party seeking a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister has been passed. Therefore, a vote of confidence will take place within the rules of the 1922 committee. That vote will take place this evening in the House of Commons.
The PM told yesterday the rebellion against him had cleared its first hurdle, with at least 54 of his own backbenchers deciding it's time for him to go. His supporters dispatched to insist he must stay.
I'm hoping we get through this vote tonight and we can get on and deliver our manifesto.
He's a dead man walking,
thank
though,
you
isn't
very
he?
much.
Tracy, he's a dead man
Absolutely
walking.
not. He's a strong leader who will get the big calls right. And thank you very much for all your time.
And a warning, perhaps a threat, that replacing one PM with another will bring even more pain.
The history of new leaders, should that happen, which I think is very unlikely, is that they need an election to assure their position. Gordon Brown didn't, and it was a big mistake. Theresa May promised she wouldn't, and then did. Boris Johnson had one within a few months of taking over. So Conservative MPs should think very carefully, do they want a general election?
But this rebellion's been building for months, bringing in different sides of the Tory party from all intakes, pleas of cabinet loyalists doing little to change the minds of those out of patience. This letter from a long-term ally and former Treasury Minister setting the tone of the day, Jessie Norman attacking the PM for presiding over a culture of casual law-breaking and calling his response to the Gray report grotesque. He was soon followed by this man, Boris Johnson's anti-corruption czar, resigning after concluding his boss broke the ministerial code.
It feels now like a question of when, not if, but we will have to wait and see what the result is. If he has a thumping victory this evening, then that might be different, but at the moment, insofar as anyone can tell, it feels like the beginning of the end.
And that is what others think too. This long-term rival and possible leadership contender, Jeremy Hunt, breaking cover today to urge colleagues to vote for change. The party infighting becoming ever more public and ugly.
I don't want to talk about personalities, but I'm afraid sometimes it just has to be said. There are individuals who do believe that who don't like Brexit, who are Remainers, who have been able to whip up a number of MPs in the party, and I'm afraid that's just not acceptable.
What Mr Johnson's enemies and allies can agree on is that the PM is unlikely to lose this vote. But facing such an acute leadership crisis, Boris Johnson nowhere to be seen in public today, leaving the Estonian Prime Minister alone on the doorstep of number 10 as the British Prime Minister hid inside, his political woes disrupting expected protocols. In just 2.5 years since that historic election victory, Boris Johnson has gone from being the most successful Conservative vote winner since Margaret Thatcher to losing the support of dozens of his own MPs who have triggered a vote of confidence in his leadership. It is an astonishing fall from grace, from all-powerful to deeply damaged, from untouchable to deeply tarnished. And this isn't about policy divisions. This is, his detractors say, about personal failings of the Prime Minister. And even if he wins the vote tonight, which allies are confident that he will, the Tory civil war has now been unleashed, and this Prime Minister risks surviving but not being in any position to lead. The PM in here tonight trying to convince MPs to stick with him, telling them the best is yet to come. But these past few months have been the worst of times for so many in his party, and anything bar a resounding Johnson victory tonight can't draw a line under that. Beth Rigby, Sky News, Westminster.
Well, this is the room in which Conservative MPs are casting their vote right now. We can't bring you inside the room, unfortunately. That glass window is the best that we have. But, of course, we will bring you the result of what is happening in there just as soon as we have it. Bit of breaking news to bring you now, because John Lamont, MP, has tweeted to say, tonight I voted against the Prime Minister in the vote of confidence. He goes on to say, I've also resigned as PPS to Liz Truss at the Foreign Office. So that's a kind of junior role, a bag carrier role, if you like. But again, someone resigning from their post and confirming that they have voted against the Prime Minister. He said that he's consulted widely with his constituents in the Scottish borders. He's received thousands of emails about the Prime Minister's performance over the last few weeks and months, and saying, as many have been saying over the last few days and weeks, that the events in Downing Street during the lockdown were unacceptable. So another MP there confirming he's voted against the Prime Minister and resigned as a parliamentary private secretary. So, how does the no-confidence process work? Let's have a quick look now, shall we? So, to trigger a vote, 15% of Conservative MPs, that's 54, had to submit no-confidence letters. That, of course, has happened. And then in the vote, more than half of the party's MPs, that's 180, need to vote against the Prime Minister in order to remove him. If that happens, there's then a leadership contest and Boris Johnson is barred from running. But if he wins, in theory, he's safe for a year. Well, let's talk now to our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is here with us. And Beth, let's talk numbers, shall we? 180 is the magic number. That's the threshold for which it's very clear what happens. He either stays or goes. But it's a bit more complicated than that, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more complicated than that, in that there's 160 to 170 MPs on the government payroll, and that means that the Prime Minister has given them a job, and really they need to be loyal to him, or, as John Lamont has just done, you have to stand down. He's a junior PPS to a minister, so it's a very junior role, but he's resigned because he doesn't want to support the Prime Minister. So you would expect that those people would back the PM, but of course the difficulty with all of this is that it's a secret ballot. So people might say publicly that they're backing the Prime Minister, and when they're in that ballot room marking their paper, they might take a different view. So it's hard to know where the numbers will fall, because there's this big chunk of MPs that you would expect to be loyal, but you don't know how that's going to play out.
They might even send supportive tweets, I guess, and then be
exactly this is
the
and this is the difficulty. I'd say the other thing about the numbers when it comes to this vote is there is no one obvious who is organising in the way that Jacob Rees-Mogg and Steve Baker, leading Brexiteers, organised MPs against Theresa May. Now, Steve Baker, and I remember covering that story, had a really good handle on the numbers. With this, it's been much more amorphous. MPs from different wings of the party, be it Steve Baker or Steve Hammond, Brexiteer versus a Remainer, be it from, the David Davis intake to some of the new intake like Aaron Bell. There's been, it's across different factions of the party, it's across different intakes, and it's quite amorphous, so it's quite difficult to do the counting.
Also, obviously, if you get to 180 MPs voting no confidence, then it's clear Boris Johnson has to go. But what happens if he's bruised, but they don't hit 180?
And this is exactly kind of where people are talking about tonight, which is what would be a good result for Boris Johnson would be a resounding victory in that he keeps the rebellion down to double digits. So you
under
keep
100.
Under 100. When you get into 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, that type of territory, that's really damaging for him. It was interesting this morning, Jacob Rees-Mogg, and sorry, the reason over 100 is damaging is because that's over half of the parliamentary party that are the backbenchers.
So not on the payroll,
You've lost
not
the
the people on the
majority
job with the jobs.
of your backbenchers. And Jacob Rees-Mogg today and Nadine Dorries, who I interviewed, both of them were really clear. They said he just has to win by one vote. That's a very different story from what Jacob Rees-Mogg was saying when he was orchestrating against Theresa May, when Theresa May lost the confidence of 117 of her MPs. That at the time was 37% of the parliamentary party. Jacob Rees-Mogg said that was a terrible result and she should resign. And I think the question I have tonight is there's an expectation on both sides that the Prime Minister will survive this, not least because you get 15% of MPs to trigger, but you have to get over 50% in like 12 hours to actually cascade for him to lose. But is he going to end up in office but not in power? So he's so damaged by it that he can't recover. And part of that will be about the numbers. Part of that is how he handles it afterwards. Will he make a statement? Will he sound contrite? But
and the contrite thing is quite an interesting point as well, because it does feel about with Partygate that perhaps was
that exactly
that pushed a few people over the line.
Pushed a few people over the line. But when you look at past records, be it Margaret Thatcher to John Major to Theresa May, PMs having to face confidence votes end up wounded, walking wounded, dead men walking or dead women walking, as George Osborne once said of Theresa May. And that's the question, that he survives but he can't lead, that he's in office but he's not in power and he can't recover. One senior MP said to me tonight, look, you know, when you've lost, when over 70% of the public think you are lying, that's quite a difficult place to come back from.
Yeah, it really is. Beth, thank you very much for your analysis. We'll have lots more from Beth as the programme rolls on. It's going to be a pretty busy couple of hours, I would imagine. Now, as we said, MPs are voting right now. So let's go live to the place where it's all happening, the Houses of Parliament. We can talk now to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who is in Central Lobby. Sam, what are you picking up from the conversations you're having with MPs there?
Well, we're expecting Boris Johnson to vote shortly. Sajid Javid recently voted. Michael Gove has been in the queue. Peter Bottomley was the first MP heading the queue. And Theresa May in a ball gown, black lace affair, I'm told. She's going to a Jubilee party later rather than making a statement about Boris Johnson, although she hasn't held back on her criticism in the Commons about Boris Johnson. We just don't know what the outcome of tonight's vote is going to be. It was always quite likely that there was going to be some kind of showdown, some kind of vote after the Partygate affair, even though it dragged on for months, even though events in Ukraine rather put the kind of showdown between Boris Johnson and his party on hold for some weeks. Nevertheless, this moment has been a long time coming. MPs in favour of Boris Johnson leaving the office of Prime Minister saying, look, it hasn't been the case that he is a greased piglet who can escape from any of the controversies that we've seen over recent months. Instead, each one has done damage to their standing in the eyes of voters. And so there's an accumulation of issues, I think, that have led to today's vote. Some numbers, Sophie, worth bearing in mind. Of course, 180 MPs is what it's going to take to oust Boris Johnson. But that margin of 133 to 180, that would mean Boris Johnson wins tonight, but does worse than Theresa May did in January 2019. She, of course, fell on her sword some months after a vote of no confidence with that result. If people can go around saying that Boris Johnson did worse than Theresa May in a vote of no confidence, that will be damaging. Number 10 will be hoping to keep the numbers to under 100. The Sky spreadsheet has 54 Tory MPs either publicly declared against Boris Johnson or have come out with criticism. But one other number worth bearing in mind, Sophie, is 40. It takes just 40 MPs, Conservative MPs, to switch sides and vote with the opposition, and that's Boris Johnson's majority gone. So if he's planning big, bold things to try and get his government back on track, then they clearly look like there are numbers who are able, perhaps not winning yet because they don't know what the plans are, but able to disrupt those. The atmosphere here in Parliament is uncertain. I just spoke into one of those MPs that's resigned their government post. They said that people are cautious, many wanting to hide what they're doing right now. There are tellers sitting outside the 1922 committee room where Tory MPs are voting to try and nail down exactly what's going on inside that secret ballot. You won't ever be able to do that. You don't even know whether the cabinet members who came out publicly back Boris Johnson this morning are going to end up voting for or against Boris Johnson. But what we do know is that the number is over 100, particularly if the number is over 133, then in that case, Boris Johnson is in for a very torrid time, even if he might be able to declare victory later tonight.
133, another number for us to look out for. Sam, thank you very much for your analysis. We'll be coming back to you throughout the programme. Well, let's now bring in the Conservative MP for North Thanet, Roger Gale, who's been pretty critical of the Prime Minister, I think it would be fair to say, for some time. You've also submitted a letter of no confidence. Have you voted?
Yes, absolutely. I was the fourth person to vote.
Wow, very keen to get in the queue then, by all counts.
It was a long queue.
And how have you voted? I mean, it would be no surprise to people, but just explain how you voted.
I voted no confidence.
And why is that?
Because I think Sam actually hit on the nail on the head. It's an accumulation of factors. It's not just Partygate. I put my letter in fact, as I think you know, Sophie, after the Barnard Castle affair, because I thought the Prime Minister's judgment was faulty. I thought so then, I think so now. And I think all the events in between have just strengthened my view that we need another Prime Minister.
I guess supporters of Boris Johnson would say, look, he's just come from an enormous election victory. There's nobody else who has got that kind of proven record of winning elections recently for the Conservative Party. Why on earth would you want to switch horses now?
Well, quite simply, because he's not the right person for the job. And I've heard this argument over and over again, there isn't another person. Well, actually, we're spoilt for choice. There are at least half a dozen, probably more people who might well throw their hats into the ring.
Well, anyone in particular that you think is...
Well, I don't want to give you one name. I'm quite prepared to give you half a dozen.
Go on, then.
Well, OK, Dominic Raab has been the Deputy Prime Minister. He's acted as Prime Minister. I'm not certain that he would get it, but he might want to go for it. Liz Truss has made her ambition, I think, very plain indeed. She would like to be Prime Minister. Ben Wallace is probably responsible for the real work that's been done in Ukraine. And for Ukraine, a very safe pair of hands and a former soldier. He might want to go for it. Penny Mordaunt, who is Trade Minister at the moment, was Secretary of State for the Defence briefly, is possibly the dark horse. Tom Tugendhat, the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. I mean, do you want me to go on? I mean, there is and they're all good people. So we have got a choice, and if we get to the leadership election, then those people will play their cards, and then we'll decide who we want to put forward to the party membership.
Allies of Boris Johnson say this is people who want to rerun the old Brexit arguments again. It's people who have got beef with the Prime Minister, if you like, long-standing issues with the Prime Minister that are just kind of coming to the fore now, and they're just using the recent events.
No, this is absolute rubbish. This is something that the Prime Minister has brought on himself. Brexit divided the party, that is absolutely true. It's curious, isn't it, that the party is now divided not over policy, but over the character of the Prime Minister. Now, that's quite extraordinary.
It's character, you think, rather than anything else?
Yes.
Not policy, but character?
No, I mean, I'm a Conservative. I got elected on a Conservative manifesto. I won't take my bat and ball away. I'm not going to go on strike and not vote. I shall vote for Conservative policies that I believe are the right policies. And that will mean most of them. I may not vote for all of them because nobody agrees with everything, but I shall certainly vote with my party. But I don't have faith in this Prime Minister.
Let's talk numbers, because it does feel, Beth was just saying earlier in the programme, it's quite hard to get a grip on exactly where the numbers are at, because it does feel quite unorganised, I guess, like people from different wings of the party. It doesn't feel like one big faction that is organising in the way that we've seen in previous votes of no confidence. Where do you expect the numbers to end up?
Well, as I said to Beth Rigby this morning, and she's been saying, I think, all day, the Conservative Parliamentary Party is the most disingenuous electorate in the world. They will tell you one thing and then do something else, so I don't think anybody really knows. We know that 54 letters have gone in, minimum, because that's what was necessary, but after that, it's anybody's guess.
What happens if the 180 number, the absolute, the simple majority number, isn't hit, but the Prime Minister is still bruised? He gets more than 100 of his own MPs, more than 120, say, voting against him. He's not going to resign, is he?
He won't resign. Theresa May honourably resigned, and Margaret Thatcher honourably resigned because they felt that they lost the confidence of the party. Mr Johnson will not resign, and that's going to place us all in a very tricky position indeed, because patently you can't unvote your no confidence. I have no confidence in the Prime Minister. I've said that very publicly. I can't unsay that.
So what then happens then if he doesn't resign, yet he has had this bruising vote? What happens?
Well, I fear we have a divided party. And divided parties don't win elections. But this, Sophie, is not about, for me, winning the election. This is about the governance of the United Kingdom. That's what really matters.
So that will also affect the governance of the United Kingdom, won't it, if he can't control his own party?
Yes, and it's going to be very, very difficult indeed. But somehow we have to work through this. We'll have to see what happens tonight, and then the next steps will have to be considered.
Do you think that you could change the rules of the 1922 committee so that you can re-challenge the Prime Minister in less than a year?
Well, I'm not an expert in this, but I understand, yes, there is a facility to change the rules. That can be done, and maybe that has to be done. And further downstream, there may be people, a lot of people maybe, who feel that, that they made the wrong decision now and they want to change it later. But let's see what happens tonight and then worry about that tomorrow.
OK, thank you very much for coming on the programme. Good to talk. As you said, as Roger Gale was saying, there does feel like a difficult result to really get a grip on where the numbers are heading, but not too long until we find out. And the results, of course, are going to dominate tomorrow's newspapers. I'm sure that will happen. We'll have our extended press preview and news review from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining us live from Downing Street will be the Daily Mirror's political editor, Pippa Creer, and the Times' Home Affairs editor, Matt Dathan. You are watching our special programme on the confidence vote. Coming up, we'll have plenty more ahead of the confidence vote in Boris Johnson. We are going to be back live in Parliament.
Independent United Kingdom.
These last few years have seen some huge stories. And these stories have been driven by politics, by politicians, the people in power.
You must stay at home.
And it's my job to figure out how these decisions made by politicians impact all of us in our everyday lives.
This is the worst thing I've ever been through in my life.
People turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, I don't want to.
And that is what it is. It's first-class poverty.
Is this an example of the welfare state failing?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
These are stories that affect us all. Millions of children are now having to catch up. Some stories have changed all of our lives. Because like the residents, the staff are being infected. Politicians, they make decisions all of the time, and it's our job to hold them to account.
I wonder if you will take this opportunity to apologise to those families.
But in the end, the real power doesn't actually lie with the politicians. The real power lies with the people. I'm Nick Martin. I'm the People and Politics correspondent at Sky News.
The inspiration behind our product came from understanding how big of a problem livestock methane emissions were.
Hello, welcome back. We've got a bit more now on the breaking news we brought you just a few moments ago. The Conservative MP John Lamont has resigned as Liz Truss's Parliamentary Private Secretary in order to vote against Boris Johnson in tonight's confidence vote. Now, it hasn't taken long for our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, to manage to track him down. I think you managed to collar him already, haven't you, Sam? What's he had to say?
Well, John joins me now. So let's ask him first of all. John, you've just announced you've resigned as a ministerial aide to Liz Truss moments before voting in the election about to see whether the Conservative Parliamentary Party has confidence in Boris Johnson. Why did you do so?
So it was a very tough decision over the course of today. I spent many hours reflecting on what the decision I was going to take, and I consulted with my constituents in the Scottish borders to find out what they would like me to do and how they felt about the Prime Minister's performance, and ultimately decided that I couldn't give the Prime Minister my support, and that was a really tough decision. And I also felt that having voted against the Prime Minister, I had to give up my parliamentary aide's position with Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, which is a job that I love doing. I very much respect Liz. Was very sad to leave the Foreign Office. That's how you did it. Can you tell us why you did it? What is it that means that you don't think Boris Johnson is fit to continue to be Prime Minister of this country? So I've become increasingly concerned about the activities that have been widely reported that have been going on in Downing Street. I've been very concerned about the culture in Downing Street, and I was becoming increasingly alarmed, I suppose, that a lot of the good work that the government is doing both in Scotland and across the United Kingdom was being lost by this distraction of constantly having to explain all the events that have been going on during lockdown in Downing Street during the lockdown. So I feel the government needs renewed focus, and perhaps a new leader might provide that. And you think that it is better to throw the dice, have the gamble that a messy leadership contest followed by a new leader pressing reset on the party, maybe 2.5 years at max out from a general election, provides more stability than Boris Johnson staying in post? So that's a decision. I mean, the colleagues, 54 or so colleagues who put in the letters, when they made that, I didn't put a letter in, they have decided that now was the moment to have this ballot, and the rules require us to have this ballot. But you want a messy leadership contest that would follow from calling for Boris Johnson? But that is a mechanism to bring about the change that I now think we need at the top. And I mean, what is it that you fear if Boris Johnson stays in post? Well, as I was saying, my worry is that the government's priorities and the good work that the government is doing is now being diluted and lost because of this constant discussion, largely by the media, but also by our constituents, about the ongoing events or the events that happened during lockdown in Downing Street. And I don't think that is good for the government's overall policy objectives. Now, you have stood down from your job as a ministerial aide because you've taken this decision about Boris Johnson this evening. Perhaps some would say that's an honourable course of action to take. Do you think there are other members of the government who'll be voting against Boris Johnson this evening but are staying inside the tent? Well, it's a matter for my colleagues in government to either disclose how they have voted or just keep it secret. I know many will not be disclosing how they have voted. I felt it was the honest thing to do. I had asked my constituents for their views. They had given me their views in large numbers, and I felt at the end of that process I should reflect that and tell them how I have voted. Just before we go, one last thing. Did you watch the Prime Minister in the 1922 committee earlier this evening? I was in the House of Commons. I wasn't actually able to attend. Because there are reports that he told Tory MPs, when pressed about the Sue Gray report, that he'd do it again, defending his actions. How do you feel about that? Well, I certainly was not at any parties during lockdown, and I think it's important we follow the rules of the land, and I certainly wouldn't encourage law breaking. Thank you very much indeed. One less figure in government. Ministerial aide to Liz Truss resigns tonight. About 2.5 hours, 2 hours until we find out what that result is that will determine Boris Johnson's future.
Thank you very much, Sam. Sam there talking to the latest person to confirm they voted against Boris Johnson in this confidence vote. Well, let's recap, shall we, some of today's other main headlines, because there was a high-profile intervention earlier when the senior former Cabinet Minister Jeremy Hunt said this on Twitter. Conservative MPs know in our hearts we're not giving the British people the leadership they deserve, and we're set to lose the next general election. He then went on to say this: today's decision is change or lose. I will be voting for change. So pretty clear there, Jeremy Hunt confirming he is going to be voting against Boris Johnson in the confidence vote. It's significant because really he is the first high-profile potential challenger to Boris Johnson to reveal his hand. Then there was this from another government minister. This is from former government minister, I should say. This is from Jesse Norman. He said that the Sue Gray report showed that Mr Johnson presided over a culture of casual law-breaking at 10 Downing Street, going on to say, to describe yourself as vindicated by the report is grotesque. So pretty much saying there, Jesse Norman, that it was partly Boris Johnson's response to the Sue Gray report that pushed him over the line. It was a pretty eviscerating letter, I have to say, from Jesse Norman, also criticising the Prime Minister's policies too. Well, let's bring back in our political editor, shall we, Beth? It's difficult, isn't it? Because I guess we're starting to get a sense of why, as you said earlier, if Prime Ministers face these confidence votes, they end up being very damaged by it, because it's getting ugly, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really interesting as well, just in terms of what happened with Jeremy Hunt and Nadine Dorries, which we'll come on to in a sec, because this morning, Number 10 put out a lines to take note, and in it they talk about trying to avoid a civil war, a blue-on-blue civil war will be vicious and tear the party apart. It says that it said we should reject chaos and division and back the Prime Minister. And it goes on about distracting, decisive, destructive civil war. But the civil war it's on, it's out there, and it has got really ugly today. As you were saying, Jeremy Hunt put out a series of tweets saying that it was time to change leadership. He is an obvious contender, long-term rival. He was in the final two. Boris Johnson then sacked him from cabinet, and he never came back. And Nadine Dorries, who is the culture secretary and a key ally of Johnson, then put out a series of tweets really attacking, really unpleasantly attacking Jeremy Hunt. One rebel said to me that Nadine Dorries was one of the best things that could have happened to Jeremy Hunt today because of what she said. I think we've got...
Yeah, because you spoke to her, didn't you? And she didn't exactly row back.
No, she did not. Shall we listen?
Yeah.
OK.
Jeremy Hunt today has come out himself. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned this. Has come out today himself and said that it's time for change. I think what he means is it's time for him. And, you know, I don't want to talk about individual personalities, but what I would say is that you can't say repeatedly that you're not going to challenge the Prime Minister while there's a war in Ukraine, and on the day Russia fires rockets into Kyiv, decide that it is time for a change of leader.
Wow, getting pretty messy.
It is, and actually what was interesting was I spoke to another rebel after that conversation, and they just said part of how the Prime Minister handles this vote is about how it works afterwards. And Nadine Dorries and Jacob Rees-Mogg, two key allies, saying one vote to win is enough. That doesn't really resolve the bigger problem that we've been talking about, which is how mortally wounded is he? Can he bring the party back together? And quite frankly, to have a sitting cabinet minister going out in that way to publicly criticise so personally a colleague. I mean, she said in a tweet, your pandemic preparation during 6 years as health secretary was found wanting and inadequate. Your duplicity right now in destabilising the party and country to serve your own personal ambition. She said, if you'd been leader, you'd have handed the keys of Number 10 to Corbyn. You've been wrong about almost everything. You are wrong again now. That's a sitting cabinet minister. So on the one hand, Number 10 is saying, let's not have a civil war. And then one person is actually stoking that, or, you know, a cabinet minister stoking that. And I think there was disquiet amongst MPs today because they felt, is the Prime Minister giving Nadine Dorries permission to do this, or is she freelancing? Either which way, it does nothing to try and heal these very open, deepening and raw divisions within the party at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to hear a bit more of it from them. It kind of feels like there may be some people keeping their powder dry until the result is known, but I just wonder what will happen afterwards. Beth, thank you very much, as always, for your analysis. Well, Conservative MPs, as we know, are deciding the future of the Prime Minister right now, with a confidence vote in Boris Johnson taking place. We can now hear from another of Boris Johnson's cabinet ministers, Kit Malthouse, who joins us now. Thank you very much for being with us. Have you voted yet, and how have you voted?
I have voted, yes. Voted for the Prime Minister within 5 minutes of the poll opening.
I guess we just have to take your word for it, don't we? This is the thing, it's a secret ballot. It could be that, you know, people like yourselves are going out there defending Boris Johnson, and yet actually in private you're putting a cross beside to say that you have got no confidence in the Prime Minister. So how can we be so sure that, you know, you do have faith in him?
Well, that's a dreadful calumny to level at me. I've been working with the Prime Minister closely since 2008. We were successful at City Hall, been successful fighting crime over the last 2 or 3 years. We weren't allowed to take our phones in. If we did, I would have taken a photograph to prove it to you. But I definitely voted for him, as I'm sure a majority of the members of Parliament, my colleagues, will have done so. We'll find out in about half an hour.
You say that you're sure that a majority of the parliamentary party will have voted in favour of Boris Johnson's leadership. What is your sense about the mood among Conservative MPs right now?
So obviously the mood is challenging. People find it dismaying to go through this kind of process. It's less than ideal, but the vast majority of colleagues are coming out strongly in support of the Prime Minister. He got a lot of support in the 1922. You know, the numbers declaring themselves on social media, although we shouldn't take that necessarily as read, as sort of legit, if you like, are strong. I think the momentum is going in our direction, and he performed strongly at the 22 with a really good message about the momentum that he wants to give to the government once we've been through this process, and I think that's landed well with colleagues.
Do you accept that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet may need to show a bit more humility? Conservative MPs have been really bruised by the last few months, haven't they? The Sue Gray report, the police investigation, the revelations about what was going on in Downing Street have hugely upset so many of their constituents. Many feel that the Prime Minister hasn't shown enough humility about that so far. He got booed at the Jubilee. The polling is showing that voters simply don't trust him. Do you understand some of the frustration that many of your colleagues feel?
Of course we do, and of course the Prime Minister does. He's apologised profusely many times for the mistakes that were made at Downing Street and absorbed much of that anger.
Other than saying sorry, what has he really apologised for?
Well, he's apologised for the mistakes that were made at Downing Street. He's shown, if you like, action on that apology by changing the structure at Downing Street, bringing in new people to run the show there, very significantly just a couple of months ago.
Just to come back on that. Just to come back on that.
He's apologised in the 22
Just to come back on that, because I have heard that quite a few times, to say that the Prime Minister's completely changed Downing Street. And I just wonder how true that is. I mean, he's still in his job, isn't he, as Prime Minister? The head of the civil service is still in their job. There has been movement in Downing Street, but it's not necessarily the people who've been fined who've been moved, is it? It feels like it's actually just this churn in Downing Street that was going to take place anyway, and the two most senior people haven't taken responsibility.
Well, I think that's unfair. I mean, he's obviously tried to change the structure in Downing Street with a new permanent secretary to bring a greater sense of rigour to the operation of that building. He took the responsibility and apologised for the mistakes that were made under the kind of previous management, if you like, and he's changed that very significantly. He obviously participated in a number of events, which he's also apologised for. The cake one obviously was a fine, and he's apologised for that as well. But, you know, he has shown a big commitment now to stepping forward away from this particular situation, giving momentum to the party and a really compelling agenda, which I think is attracting members tonight. And with 20 minutes or so to go in the vote, I know that more and more of them will be going through to vote for him, so that we can get on with this big, bold agenda that was laid out, frankly, only a couple of years ago in a general election, which he resoundingly won with a massive majority. And that's what we really want to get on with.
OK, 180 is obviously the magic number, the threshold by which he's either safe in his job or he has to go. But if he ends up being bruised by the process, if there's, for example, more than 120, more than 130 Conservative MPs voting no confidence, do you think there's any chance of the Prime Minister resigning?
Well, look, I just don't think that's going to happen. I think there's going to be a resounding win. And the Prime Minister is very well versed, I've known him a long time, at healing organisations that have been through this kind of process, right? He was, as mayor, he helped to heal the capital once it had been through the riots. He healed the Conservative Party after that leadership election that he participated in with Jeremy Hunt. I'm sure he can do the same again. And while I think he's going to have a thumping victory in an hour and a half or so, obviously a job will need to be done for everybody to accept that and bind the party back together again, as I say, as we pursue this really compelling agenda for the next couple of years.
You say you think there'll be a thumping victory. Define a thumping victory.
Well, I think he's going to win the vast majority. It's hard to speculate on what the numbers are going to be, but I think you'll find it's a satisfactory margin.
So in the double figures then, rather than the over 100?
I do think he's going to do very well, yes. I think he's going to come out with better numbers than is being forecast in the media. You've got to remember a lot of flack is thrown up in the air to try and create momentum in a particular direction, particularly by opponents. But actually, I think when the vast majority of MPs are in that ballot booth and they're thinking about the decision and the agenda that they want to see in the next couple of years as we move towards a general election, they absolutely will recognise that this is the man who can give momentum to the party in this post-COVID atmosphere, as he did twice in London and as he did in 2019 to lead us to a thumping victory in 2024 2024 December is the date.
And are you concerned about the damage this might do to the Conservative Party in Parliament? You know, we've seen the spat, haven't we, between Jeremy Hunt and Nadine Dorries. These things do get quite ugly pretty fast. How difficult do you think it will be to draw everyone together afterwards?
Yeah, look, emotions run very high. They do at these kind of incidents, and I was there for when Theresa May was challenged, and emotions ran very high then. But once it's done and the boil is lanced, people generally come back together again, because in the end we are a family, the Conservative Party. We are a coalition of people who come together to pursue a political cause in which we all believe. And once these decisions are taken, my experience is generally people come back together again and focus on the real challenge, which is winning the next election.
And just finally, according to the rules, if you win a vote of no confidence, then you can't be challenged for a year. But there's been lots of speculation that the rules themselves can actually be changed. If Boris Johnson wins the vote of no confidence, should that be it for a year? Or do you think that it would be acceptable for him to face another one?
No, those are the rules. Those are the rules under which we play the game, if you like, under which it's pursued. It's a bit like saying, should we change the rules of football halfway through the final? No, I mean, he's going to win thumpingly. He's then protected for 12 months, but during those 12 months, I know he's going to put the country on the front foot in terms of building more houses, you know, fighting crime, getting the economy firing on all cylinders, helping people with the cost of living, all those things that we need to put together in a really compelling cocktail to take forward to that election in 2024.
OK, he's going to win thumpingly. That is the verdict of Kit Malthouse. Thank you very much for coming on the programme today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Kit Malthouse there talking to us just ahead of the close of the vote. 20 minutes left for Conservative MPs to put their cross in the box. We'll bring you the result as soon as we have it after that. Well, there's lots more to come as we head towards the result, of course, which is expected around 9 o'clock. But we have got lots more online as well. So just scan the QR code that should be on your screen right now, and then you can read all of the latest news and analysis. That's in our Politics Hub. So plenty of content for you there. Now, tonight's vote would have seemed unthinkable 2.5 years ago when Boris Johnson's Conservatives won the general election with an 80-seat majority. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, has been looking at how on earth we got to this point, a warning that his report does contain flashing images right from the start.
A Conservative winner like no other in 4 decades. Always an unconventional path which took him to the heart of the establishment, proving doubters wrong. With an 80-seat majority, Tory MPs were told time and again to trust him through the turbulence. Holidays and wallpaper, but who paid for what? Upending the rules for an MP found guilty of sleaze, parties in Downing Street and the denials that followed. But dealing with Brexit, the pandemic, the cost of living crisis and war in Ukraine never allowed a moment for politics as normal. All the time, gradually, the public were changing their mind. Now, MPs today putting his survival to a vote. Veterans of past Tory leadership challenges clear, whatever the result, there's trouble ahead.
What we have seen today is a classic example of a party where its fractures become very, very open between the members of Parliament as they're looking for their own particular constituency. So it's a big deal and it can't be underestimated. And Boris Johnson, whichever way this evening's vote comes out, is going to be damaged. There's no two ways about it.
All this barely 3 years on from the last attempt to oust a PM.
The parliamentary party does have confidence.
Theresa May survived on the day, but was gone within 6 months. History suggests a vote like today's rarely settle matters.
John Major was never the same again, and Margaret Thatcher fell on her sword, and Theresa May was faithfully wounded. I think, Sam, if he gets if the vote against him is less than 100, even better if it's less than 75, he will be in a strong position.
A messy victory for Boris Johnson might leave things unresolved tonight. But would the outcome of 2 key by-elections later this month change minds? Could Boris Johnson be judged to have lied on Partygate? Or is this Conservative Party determined to place its faith in the man who delivered a landslide barely 3 years ago? Sam Coates, Sky News, Westminster.
Yeah, it could be a quite extraordinary turnaround if it happens. But of course, as Kit Mutthall says, some are predicting he's going to win thumpingly. Not long until we find out. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we're going to be having continuing coverage of the no confidence vote in the Prime Minister. The crossbench peer, Baroness Wheatcroft, will be joining us live.
Just made their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. There are hundreds of these turbines. There are thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. This is a show of strength at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance. We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
An enormous explosion that's just come down.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
You either live and recover, or you die.
Welcome back. We can get a bit more on events at Westminster that are, of course, dominating this evening. The vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister that is taking place as we speak. Well, there's around just over 10 minutes left of voting to go as MPs let everyone know whether or not they have confidence in Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister. We've got somebody else, though, who has nailed their colours to the mast, and that is the MP Dehenna Davidson. She's put out a statement on Facebook to say many of you, her constituents, have understandably asked how I intended to vote in this evening's confidence ballot in the Prime Minister. Though it is a secret ballot, it feels right to share with you how I voted. She goes on to say, this is not a decision I took lightly. I listened carefully to all sides, and particularly to the many constituents who contacted me, sharing their thoughts and experiences. Weighing it all up, I voted against the Prime Minister tonight. I hope that whatever the result, we politicians can now fully focus on the things we were elected to do for you. Now, this is significant because Dehenna Davidson confirming there that she's voted against the Prime Minister tonight. She won her seat, Bishop Auckland, at the 2019 general election. It is exactly the kind of red wall constituency that helped boost the Prime Minister in that election back in 2019. And it's really one of his big sells to wavering MPs that he's an election winner. And yet, of course, here you have somebody who is the epitome, if you like, of the kind of red wall seats that he won in that election to Hannah Davison, saying that she's voted against him. And it's particularly, she says, because she's listened to the constituents who contacted her, sharing their thoughts and experiences. So perhaps a sign of trouble ahead for the Prime Minister. Will he get the thumping majority that Malthouse is predicting, or could it be more of a bruising night in store? Just over an hour till we find out. Well, the timing of the vote today came as something as a surprise, as many expected Conservative MPs to potentially wait until after the two key by-elections that are coming up in Tiverton and Homerton, as well as Wakefield as well. Our People and Politics correspondent Nick Martin has been speaking to voters in Wakefield to find out what they make of the political turmoil in Westminster.
In the next few weeks, this cathedral city in West Yorkshire will vote for a new MP. And the result could tell us a lot about how people feel about the Prime Minister and his government.
Cities like Wakefield, which were Labour for so long, turned Tory in the last general election, and that helped to secure victory for Boris Johnson. But now a recent poll suggests that Labour are 20 points ahead here. And if that's true, then the Conservatives could be heading for a crushing defeat in this by-election.
It's been a bruising time for Boris Johnson, and the lockdown parties and subsequent fines seem to hit a nerve with some voters.
The things that he's done, put us in lockdown and then have his own party, he's just gone against his own word, so it's disgusting, really.
Why was he ignoring the restrictions? Why was he ignoring the rules?
Is it the partying that's really got you upset?
It's not helped his case, has it? It's not helped it, no.
If it came to a general election, a vote now, would you be happy for him to continue as a Prime Minister?
I've got no option.
You've got no option?
No option.
The Tory win here in 2019 was remarkable. Labour, after all, had held this seat since the 1930s.
Check on Greek salad and sweet potato wedges.
The question is whether, after everything that's happened, have they got enough support to win again?
It just comes across as a bit bumbling, a bit idiotic at times, and end of the day he's going to live and die on his sword, and he made the rules and he's decided to break them.
So you had faith in him, you had faith in him at the beginning, you were willing to vote for him, but it's the party thing, is it, that's dented that faith?
I would definitely say the party, that if he can't keep his own rules, he can't be trusted, and trust is the main thing that you need.
As these kids growing up, you want the best for their future, and given that, you know, how he's led over the past few years, it's not been great.
Support for politicians can flourish and wither in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Annetta Ford is a florist in the city, and she's also a loyal Conservative.
What he's done since Brexit, COVID, and Ukrainian war, that is the main thing. So I'm looking on the bigger picture, not just a glass of wine. And I got that confidence, I have to say. Yeah.
So you believe that going forward he should remain Prime Minister because he's getting more right than wrong?
Well, yeah, in a nutshell, yeah.
A defeat in Wakefield would pile even more pressure on the Prime Minister at a time when confidence in his leadership is being tested to the limits. Nick Martin, Sky News, Wakefield.
Yeah, those two really tricky by-elections still coming up, of course, for the Prime Minister or whatever happens tonight for the Conservative Party. Well, let's speak now to our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, shall we? Because you've been right where all the action is going on. You've been outside the room where MPs are voting. Now, this is on committee corridor, isn't it? It's kind of like deep in the rabbit warren of Westminster. So what's been going on?
Exactly. So it's quite a sort of thin corridor, and there were, when I was there, about 30 or so MPs outside queuing
queuing. Some of them got a bit bored of waiting, so they were like, well, I'm going to go and come back. And we saw the first in the queue was saying the Father of the House, Peter Bottomley. He wouldn't tell us which way he was voting. Then there were a few cabinet ministers, people like Grant Shapps, Roger Gale, who you spoke to.
Yeah, he said he was fourth in the queue. I think he was quite proud of being
exactly.
There so early.
I think, yeah. I mean, he has been one of the very first critics of the Prime Minister, but he came out saying that it was very painful. I said, how was that? And he said it was really painful. And I think there are a lot of Tories that have really had to think deep and hard about this because they are worried that this is going to be damaging for the Conservative Party. We've just seen in the last few moments to Henna Davidson, she's put out a message on Facebook saying that she's been thinking about this has pained her, but she has decided to vote against the
And it's
Prime
quite
Minister.
interesting to Henna, I thought, because she, of course, represents British Auckland, like the first Conservative MP to represent that seat. In many ways, the epitome of the success of Boris Johnson in the 2019 election, and yet she's now saying she doesn't have confidence in him.
Yeah, and I think what I have heard from a lot of MPs, I think there's obviously genuine anger over Partygate. There's some people that are annoyed about windfall tax and things like that. But I think what is most concerning to a lot of people is that he's lost that touch with the electorate, that they've been home over recess, they've spoken to constituents, and they really feel like that confidence that he inspired, the way that he managed to win over people in the Red Wall, perhaps he's lost that. And I think, you know, the local elections, Labour actually didn't do particularly well in the Red Wall, so some Conservatives took some comfort, I think, from that. But the predictions are that we know we've got these by-elections coming up, one in Wakefield and one in Tiverton and Honiton, two very different parts of the country, and the expectation from many of the polls is that they could lose both of those seats. And I think there are people that think that he is losing his touch with electorate, and they've been speaking to people that have been going home, you know, people saying that people have been coming up to them at Jubilee parties, and that is why they're voting against the Prime Minister. I really don't know what way it's going to go, though.
This is the thing, it's actually really difficult to predict, isn't it? It felt like, you know, you're much younger than me, Ali, but, you know, I kind of feel like I'm a veteran of these processes by now. And often there's someone organising, like a Steve Baker type, who's got a pretty good eye on the numbers. The spreadsheets are going around. Whereas this time round, it almost feels as if it's accidentally got over the line of letters to trigger it. And it's like herding cats. No one really knows where it's going.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone really expects that they will win. I think that's quite unlikely. And I was speaking to some rebels this morning that sounded pretty sort of unhappy with the way things were going. I think they thought that some people on the fence would go their way but hadn't. But then you hear people that are more optimistic. I think what is interesting, as you say, is the government ministers, people like Nadine Dorries, saying this is a big organised movement. It really doesn't feel like that in there. It feels like, you know, you've got Brexiteers, 2019 intake, veteran people like David Davis, you've got Theresa May allies. It doesn't feel organised, and I think therefore it's quite unpredictable. Worth saying on Theresa May, we just saw her going in a ball gown which was amazing. She went in to vote in a lovely black ball gown.
She must have a dinner event or something.
Yeah, she said she's got a Jubilee speech that she's rushing off to make. But
there you go.
A bit of colour.
I would love to have a penny for Theresa May's thoughts. I would absolutely love to know what is going through Theresa May's mind right now. Boris Johnson, of course, the real thorn in her side during her leadership. Ali, thank you very much for the update. You are watching our Sky News special programme on the confidence vote in Boris Johnson. Coming up, we're going to have continuing coverage of the crucial evening for the Prime Minister. It's 8 o'clock. This is a Sky News special programme on tonight's confidence vote in the Prime Minister. Coming up, Conservative MPs have just finished voting on the future of Boris Johnson as he fights for his political survival. This is the room where MPs have been casting their votes over the last 2 hours. He needs a simple majority to survive, lose, and he must step down. Well, we are expecting the result at 9 p.m, so just an hour's time. We'll bring you all the latest as we build up to a decisive moment for British politics.
He's got every big call right.
They think a different leader would be the best way forward. I don't agree with them.
Nobody has had to force me to come out to support an exceptional, good, forward-looking Prime Minister.
It's pretty clear that he has broken the ministerial code.
I wouldn't put any money on this at all, either way.
Good evening. The votes have been cast. The future of the Prime Minister is about to be decided after Conservative MPs have just finished casting their ballots in a no-confidence vote in Boris Johnson. He needs a simple majority of 180 Conservative MPs to vote in his favour in order to cling onto power. Lose and he will be ousted. Well, in the next hour, we're going to be hearing from cabinet ministers and also some of those rebels looking to topple their leader. Plus, we will, of course, bring you the result as soon as we have it. That should be around 9 p.m. We, of course, been hearing from many Conservative MPs who are starting to give us a bit of an indication about how they have voted. The latest, Dehenna Davidson, who really is a poster girl for the Red Wall, the first ever Conservative MP to hold the seat of Bishop Auckland. She has said she's voting against Boris Johnson. But, of course, we just heard from Kit Malthouse, the government minister, saying he believes that the Prime Minister is going to get a thumping victory. Not long until we find out. First, though, our political editor, Beth Rigby, has the story of the day so far.
After a weekend which saw the nation come together to celebrate one leader, today another watching his followers split apart. The uneasy Jubilee truce between the PM and his party over, and a vote of confidence called.
The threshold of 15% of the parliamentary party seeking a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister has been passed. Therefore, a vote of confidence will take place.
The PM told yesterday the rebellion against him had cleared its first hurdle, with at least 54 of his own backbenchers deciding it's time for him to go. His supporters dispatched to insist he must stay.
I'm hoping we get through this vote tonight and we can get on and deliver our manifesto.
He's a dead man
anyway,
walking,
thank
though,
you
isn't
very
he?
much.
Tracy, he's a dead man
absolutely
walking.
not. He's a strong leader who will get the big calls right. And thank you very much for all your time.
And a warning, perhaps a threat, that replacing one PM with another will bring even more pain.
The history of new leaders, should that happen, which I think is very unlikely, is that they need an election to assure their position. Gordon Brown didn't, and it was a big mistake. Theresa May promised she wouldn't, and then did. Boris Johnson had one within a few months of taking over. So Conservative MPs should think very carefully, do they want a general election?
But this rebellion's been building for months, bringing in different sides of the Tory party from all intakes, pleas of cabinet loyalists doing little to change the minds of those out of patience. This letter from a long-term ally and former Treasury Minister setting the tone of the day, Jessie Norman attacking the PM for presiding over a culture of casual law-breaking and calling his response to the Gray report grotesque. He was soon followed by this man, Boris Johnson's anti-corruption czar, resigning after concluding his boss broke the ministerial code. Is he done, whichever way now?
I fear that is probably the case. I think it's over. It feels now like a question of when, not if. At the moment, insofar as anyone can tell, it feels like the beginning of the end.
And that is what others think too. This long-term rival and possible leadership contender Jeremy Hunt breaking cover today to urge colleagues to vote for change. The party infighting becoming ever more public and ugly.
I don't want to talk about personalities, but I'm afraid sometimes it just has to be said. There are individuals who do believe that they who don't like Brexit, who are Remainers, who have been able to whip up a number of MPs in the party, and I'm afraid that's just not acceptable.
What Mr Johnson's enemies and allies can agree on is that the PM is unlikely to lose this vote. But facing such an acute leadership crisis, Boris Johnson nowhere to be seen in public today, leaving the Estonian Prime Minister alone on the doorstep of number 10 as the British Prime Minister hid inside, his political woes disrupting expected protocols. In just 2.5 years since that historic election victory, Boris Johnson has gone from being the most successful Conservative vote winner since Margaret Thatcher to losing the support of dozens of his own MPs who have triggered a vote of confidence in his leadership. It is an astonishing fall from grace, from all-powerful to deeply damaged, from untouchable to deeply tarnished. And this isn't about policy divisions. This is, his detractors say, about personal failings of the Prime Minister. And even if he wins the vote tonight, which allies are confident that he will, the Tory civil war has now been unleashed, and this Prime Minister risks surviving but not being in any position to lead. The PM in here tonight trying to convince MPs to stick with him, telling them the best is yet to come. But these past few months have been the worst of times for so many in his party, and anything bar a resounding Johnson victory tonight can't draw a line under that. Beth Rigby, Sky News, Westminster.
Beth Rigby there. Well, let's go live now to the Houses of Parliament, where all the action is happening, and we can talk to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's in Central Lobby. I think you've got a guest with you, have you, Sam? Who is there?
That's right, Sophie. So the voting has finished. The votes are being counted. We've got about an hour to go to find out the result. All the work's being done upstairs from where I am right at the moment. And Boris Johnson's future continues to lie in the balance as we wait for Graham Brady to stand up just after 9 o'clock and deliver the results of the vote of no confidence. I'm going to talk to a guest in just a moment, but before we do, just to run you through to give you some sort of sense of where the mood is here in Parliament. Of course, we need 180 MPs or more to vote no confidence if Boris Johnson is going to be ousted as Prime Minister. So he will be hoping that that doesn't happen. If more than 133 Conservative MPs vote against Boris Johnson, then opponents of Boris Johnson will be able to say that he did worse than Theresa May, who also faced a vote of no confidence. Downing Street, on the other hand, will be wanting to keep the number of rebels to below 100. So we will find out the answer in about an hour. But joining me is essentially a Boris Johnson loyalist, Stuart Anderson, Wolverhampton MP. How did you vote and why?
Well, I voted for Boris Johnson. I gave my support to Boris Johnson in 2019, as did the bulk of the British people. And the people of Wolverhampton South West elected me with Boris Johnson as a Prime Minister. I don't believe it's for us to change the Prime Minister. It's the British people who elected him, and I stand behind him and support him.
Constitutionally, it is for you. That's the way our system works. MPs vote for a leader. That leader of the largest party is the Prime Minister. It very much is your decision who runs your party. Are you saying you just didn't think it was right to vote, or you're just voting, you do continue to back Boris Johnson as leader?
So I did vote. I think it is right that we vote now to make that decision, but I don't think we should have made the decision to call the vote of confidence in the first place. I believe we should have stood behind Boris Johnson and continued to deliver for the British people. There's a lot of important things we need to be focusing on and talking about, rather than internally wondering who should lead our party. It's not the right time to be doing this, and it's not for the good of the country.
More than 50 of your colleagues have come out publicly and said that they don't back Boris Johnson. Some said that they will vote against him in the vote of no confidence. Others clearly just very unhappy. What's wrong with them in your view? Why do you think they've ended up in the space that they have?
It's up to people how they vote, and I'm not going to call out any colleagues. They've got a choice to make. What I would say is we need to get this vote over the line tonight. We need to see the result, and we will do at 9 o'clock. Till then, nobody knows the outcome of what that's going to be. And then I call in on my colleagues to unite for the good of the country. We need to get behind the PM and move forward. That's hopefully that he wins, which I want him to tonight.
What do you think a good result would look like? Less than 100 MPs voting against him?
No, well, I don't want anybody to vote against him, but people are going to do that. I'm not going to speculate on numbers. I want to see the Prime Minister stay as Prime Minister to lead this country and then move forward, and I want to see unity within our party. If we're divided, we will not win anything or do anything of great substance.
But you will be happy provided you get a win, whatever the numbers in that case. So 179, 178 Conservative MP rebels, you would be content with that result and believe that he should continue to go on as Prime Minister?
Yeah, you only have to win by one, but I want a stronger majority to win by that. And then, as I say, I want to see unity moving forward.
Would you find it disappointing if he did worse than Theresa May when she had a vote of no confidence? If you use the same percentage, 133 colleagues voting against her. If he did worse than that but stayed in office, would you be comfortable with him continuing?
I'm actually not comfortable with the whole of today. I think we've made a massive mistake getting to this place, and we need to move forward from this. Today is a real sad day to be a Conservative. We are not shining in glory, and there is no winner in this.
Boris Johnson addressed the 1922 committee MPs. I'm sure you were in the room amongst them. There were reports that he said that if he had to, he'd do it all again when it came to the Sugro report. Can you just explain? A lot of people have heard that. Explain what he was talking about.
No, that's a complete misrepresentation of what he said. He said that he was in the cabinet room where he was presented with a cake, and he did not see he was doing anything wrong there. Hindsight, more things have come out, but the Prime Minister has come to the House extensively and apologised. I believe in forgiveness. He's made mistakes. He's said sorry. We need to forgive, move forward. Changes have been made, and we need to focus on delivering for the British people.
Finally, does a bit of you worry that your colleagues won't do that? Either the 50 plus who've come out publicly already, or however many vote against him tonight, that actually what we're seeing is the starting gun on Tory civil war?
I hope that's not the case. We don't win. The British people don't win if that is the case.
Stuart Anderson, thank you very much indeed. There you go. Can Boris Johnson put this back in the box if he wins? By what margin will he win? We'll know in an hour.
And that margin could be all important. Sam, thank you very much for your analysis. Well, I'm joined now in the studio by Alex Stafford, who is the Conservative MP for Rother Valley. You voted. How did you vote?
I voted to support the Prime Minister. I think he's the right man for the job. I think he gets the big calls right. And I think we need to get unified and actually get on with what we like to do, i.e. governing the country, running the country. And this sort of navel-gazing is not helping anyone.
Now, you're the MP for Rother Valley, so you were exactly the kind of MP, the Conservative MP, who won seats for the first time, taking them off Labour in the Red Wall, the poster boys, if you like, for Boris Johnson's election-winning capabilities. Do you still think he's as popular in seats like yours?
I think the Prime Minister is like no other politician we've had for generations in this country. He reaches those demographics, those people who wouldn't normally vote. I remember the local elections last year, people saying, I'm not going to vote Conservative, but I will vote for Boris's party. Again and again and again. That's what they said at the local elections last year in May, where we went from 0 Conservative councillors in Rotherham to 20, the biggest increase of any area. And we keep hearing that still. People know that Boris cuts through in a way no other politician has done or will do afterwards.
It's interesting listening to you and then also hearing from people like Diana Davidson, the MP for Bishop Auckland, who has said on Facebook today that she has voted against the Prime Minister. Now, she's the first ever Conservative MP for that seat, winning it at the 2019 election too. And it's clear that some MPs are hearing different things from what you're saying. That they're saying that their constituents are writing to them, that they are saying how disappointed they are in the Prime Minister, in particular, over Partygate. You're not getting that?
Of course, I'm getting people who have emailed in who are not happy with the situation. None of us are happy with the situation. The Prime Minister himself has said he's not happy with the situation, which is why he was fined and has apologised. I think we recognise that was a mistake, what happened, but we want to move on and look forward. And I think ultimately it comes down to what actually matters. What are the big calls? And I believe those big decisions, those that matter to everyday life, whether it's Brexit, the vaccine rollout, what's going on in Ukraine, those are things we should judge the Prime Minister on. Whether or not he had a slice of cake or whether or not Keir Starmer had a bottle of beer or Nicola Sturgeon wore a face mask, those are the things that really matter to everyday's life. The cost of living, the energy price, what's going on in Ukraine, COVID, those are things that actually make the decisions. And the Prime Minister gets it right time and time again on those big matters.
Let's talk about numbers. What's your sense of how it's going to go? It's not long, is it? 45 minutes till we find out. But...
Well, I don't think anyone's going to know. I think we're hearing names today of people who say they are going to support the Prime Minister, who are now not going to, and vice versa, where I know colleagues who were not going to support the Prime Minister until today. So I think it'd be quite premature to guess the numbers when we're going to hear about it in 45 minutes. But I do think the Prime Minister what my sense is he'll win, and he'll win convincingly amongst colleagues.
So what does convincing mean? I spoke to Kit Malthouse earlier. He said that he thinks there's going to have a thumping victory for the Prime Minister. You say he's going to win convincingly. What does that mean?
I think he will do better than, let's say, Theresa May in a similar situation when it comes to sort of percentage of the
Which
party.
was,
133. I can't remember the exact number, but I think he'll do better than that. Clearly going to do that. He's clearly wildly popular, even when you go out and about.
You say he's wildly popular. And I appreciate the 2019 election result was a landslide, but is he wildly popular? If you look at the polling, it's not saying that, is it? It's saying that amongst pretty much all voters, they're losing faith in the Prime Minister. At the local elections, he got absolutely thumped.
Not in cities like mine, not in South Yorkshire, not in places of the North and the Midlands. Our vote held very steady.
Well, in the south of the country, to the Lib Dems, in Scotland, in Wales, and actually Labour did make up ground in the Red Wall as well.
But not in my part of the world. Well, in South Yorkshire, we still won Rother Valley from Labour looking at the box counts and stuff. And clearly there are some sort of concerns people around, but generally those new voters, and we've got to realise the Prime Minister reached out to those people who'd never voted Tory before, people who'd never voted before. He's still popular there. People still understand him. He still cuts through. He still gets that message across.
OK. How concerned are you about the damage this is doing right now to the Conservative Party brand?
Oh, I think this no comments vote is a complete sort of navel-gazing. And the last thing, it's distraction. It's trying to drag this situation on rather than focusing on what actually matters, which are things like cost of living, what's going on in Ukraine. We are having this self-reflection internally, and I'm frankly disappointed in colleagues taking us to this situation. We should just be getting on with the judge. And when the general election comes, whenever it is, but probably in 2 years, we will then be judged as a package about whether we have delivered for people, we've levelled up, got inflation under control, rather than just these sort of moments of madness, frankly, which some colleagues are doing.
We saw, like Nadine Dorries, for example, her frustration with Jeremy Hunt, the potential leadership challenger, kind of spilling over. Do you sort of share some of those frustrations?
I haven't seen the actual content of what she said, but I, of course, am frustrated with colleagues. We should be united together and show the public that we are delivering for what actually matters, what really matters. I must say, when I was out and about at the Jubilee celebrations in my constituency, people did talk about politics, but it was about the cost of living, it was about the rising energy prices.
But that's also problematic for you, isn't it, though? Because people think you haven't done enough.
And that's why we need to do more. And we are for a huge package already, and we've still got 2 more years to deliver. Rather than spending time having votes in Parliament about whether or not someone had a slice of cake and whether the apology was not or insufficient, we should be actually continuing to focus on what matters and showing, actually, we do have this plan to get things sorted.
OK, thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme today. Alex Stafford there, MP for Rother Valley. You are watching our special programme on tonight's confidence vote in the Prime Minister. Coming up, we'll have plenty more as we count down to the results of the vote that's expected at around 9 p.m.
United Kingdom.
These last few years have seen some huge stories. And these stories have been driven by politics, by politicians, the people in power.
You must stay at home.
And it's my job to figure out how these decisions made by politicians impact all of us in our everyday lives.
This is the worst thing I've ever been through in my life.
People turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, I don't want them.
And that is what it is. It's first-class poverty.
Is this an example of the welfare state failing?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
These are stories that affect us all. Millions of children are now having to catch up. Some stories have changed all of our lives. Because like the residents, the staff are being infected. Politicians, they make decisions all of the time, and it's our job to hold them to account.
I wonder if you will take this opportunity to apologise to those families.
But in the end, the real power doesn't actually lie with the politicians. The real power lies with the people. I'm Nick Martin. I'm the People and Politics correspondent at Sky News.
I'm Yvan Bourgnon, I'm a sailor. I spent half time of my life on the sea. We have a factory who can convert this plastic to energy. And so after, at the end, we can minimize the footprint carbon of the boat.
Welcome back. Well, tonight's vote would have seemed almost unthinkable 2.5 years ago when Boris Johnson's Conservatives won the general election with an 80-seat majority. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, has been looking at how we got to this point, a warning that his report does contain flashing images from the start.
A Conservative winner like no other in 4 decades. Always an unconventional path which took him to the heart of the establishment, proving doubters wrong. With an 80-seat majority, Tory MPs were told time and again to trust him through the turbulence. Holidays and wallpaper, but who paid for what? Upending the rules for an MP found guilty of sleaze, parties in Downing Street and the denials that followed. But dealing with Brexit, the pandemic, the cost of living crisis and war in Ukraine never allowed a moment for politics as normal. All the time, gradually, the public were changing their mind. Now, MPs today putting his survival to a vote. Veterans of past Tory leadership challenges clear, whatever the result, there's trouble ahead.
What we have seen today is a classic example of a party where its fractures become very, very open between the members of Parliament as they're looking for their own particular constituency. So it's a big deal and it can't be underestimated. And Boris Johnson, whichever way this evening's vote comes out, is going to be damaged. There's no two ways about it.
All this barely 3 years on from the last attempt to oust a PM.
The parliamentary party does have confidence.
Theresa May survived on the day, but was gone within 6 months. History suggests a vote like today's rarely settle matters.
John Major was never the same again, and Margaret Thatcher fell on her sword, and Theresa May was faithfully wounded. I think, Sam, if he gets if the vote against him is less than 100, even better if it's less than 75, he will be in a strong position.
A messy victory for Boris Johnson might leave things unresolved tonight. But would the outcome of 2 key by-elections later this month change minds? Could Boris Johnson be judged to have lied on Partygate? Or is this Conservative Party determined to place its faith in the man who delivered a landslide barely 3 years ago? Sam Coates, Sky News, Westminster.
Well, the clock is ticking just around 40 minutes until we can bring you the result of that vote. Time now to recap some of today's other main headlines, because there was a high-profile intervention earlier when the senior former Cabinet Minister, Jeremy Hunt, said this. He said, Conservative MPs know in our hearts we are not giving the British people the leadership they deserve and we are set to lose the next general election. He then went on to say this: today's decision is change or lose. I will be voting for change. So pretty clear there from Jeremy Hunt that he's going to be voting against the Prime Minister in the confidence vote. And also there was this from the former government minister, Jesse Norman. He said the Sue Gray report showed Mr Johnson presided over a culture of casual law-breaking at 10 Downing Street, when going on to say, to describe yourself as vindicated by the report is grotesque. 2 figures who are significant: Jeremy Hunt, because he's a potential leadership candidate, Jesse Norman, because, you know, he's worked with Boris Johnson for quite a long time, and yet that was an eviscerating letter that he published explaining why he's not going to be voting in favour of his leadership. Well, we're joined now by our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, who's been outside the room where all that voting was taking place. Did you get much of a flavour about what MPs were thinking?
I have to say, I wish I had a clearer answer for you. But I've been in there all day and I'm hearing completely different things from different people. You know, some rebels this morning were pretty downbeat. I think they sort of thought that they could persuade some of their colleagues to come on their side, but they didn't manage to do that. But then others seemed a bit more optimistic. We were, as you say, you know, on committee corridor, this short corridor where they all queue up, about 30 or so. Sir Peter Bottomley, the Father of the House, was first in the queue. He said, no, I never tell anyone which way I'm voting. Then we had Roger Gale, the famous Boris Johnson critic. He was about fourth in the queue, happy to have got that spot, and said that it was a very painful thing to do. And I think, you know, no Tory party member wants to get rid of their leader that's Prime Minister. So I think it is, it's been difficult. And I think what we've seen is MPs going back to their constituencies, talking to constituents. And that, I think, has been a big concern for a lot of them, is Boris Johnson, you know, not cutting through in the way he used to. And that was his big thing, that he was someone that could win those red wall seats, was someone that clearly chimed with voters. A lot of people, I think, now thinking that maybe he's lost his touch with the electorate.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because you are just seeing this, as you say, disparate views. Dehenna Davidson, Bishop Auckland, winning that seat for the first time in 2019, saying that he's got to go. Then Alex Stafford, who was sitting where you are a few moments ago, saying that MP for Rother Valley, exactly the man who's going to cut through in the red wall. It feels as if they are... I guess the challenge is how do you get this party back together again? Yeah, it feels messy, it feels disorganised, uncoordinated, and therefore, I think, unpredictable. You know, 180, I think very few MPs think that he will reach that threshold. That's obviously a much higher bar than 54, but even coming close, you know, we talked about this all evening, could be mortally wounding, and I can't remember a leader of the Conservative Party that has really recovered from this sort of vote. I mean... It's interesting, isn't it? Beth Rigby, our political editor, spoke to Nadine Dorries earlier on today. She had some pretty choice words to say about Jeremy Hunt. I think it's probably worth actually playing you what she said.
Jeremy Hunt today has come out himself. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned this. Has come out today himself and said that it's time for change. I think what he means is it's time for him. And, you know, I don't want to talk about individual personalities, but what I would say is that you can't say repeatedly that you're not going to challenge the Prime Minister while there's a war in Ukraine, and on the day Russia fires rockets into Kyiv, decide that it is time for a change of leader.
Wow, pretty punchy from Nadine Dorries there. And I guess this is one of the questions, isn't it? You know, you do have this party that is effectively, you know, ripping itself apart. These confidence votes are always going to be difficult for MPs. What do you see as the path forward? Yeah, and I think, you know, this is a party that has always been ruthless with its leaders and has tried perhaps not to be. But I think the other interesting thing is, and what some Tory MPs have said, is that there's no kind of clear alternative, and that's what the Prime Minister was actually saying from party sources to the 1922 committee earlier, was that there's no clear alternative here, there's no obvious successor, and I think people that are against the Prime Minister think that the timing isn't good for them, they haven't had enough time to sort of plot, to show a clear alternative. And of course you've got those two by-elections coming up at Wakefield and Tiverton. Some people thought they might wait until after those results, because if they were bad, I guess it would give them a bit more momentum. And I think also some MPs are just very fatigued by, you know, there's always been wait for the Sue Gray report, wait for Partygate, wait for the Met Police investigation. I think some people just want to get this over with. But as you say, you know, these are two by-elections in very different parts of the country. The Lib Dems think they can overturn a 24,000 majority in Tiverton, Honiton, and Wakefield in the north, red wall seat that Labour hope they can take back. If they lose both those seats in one night, that's obviously very bad. But under the current rules, there could be no leadership contest like this for another year. Really interesting stuff. Good to talk, Ali. Thank you very much. You are watching our special programme on tonight's confidence vote in Boris Johnson. Coming up, we're going to have more from Westminster, you'll be pleased to hear. As we wait for the result of that vote, we're going to be talking to the Trade Secretary, Anne-Marie Trevelyan. Hello, welcome back to this confidence vote special. The vote in the Prime Minister was triggered after 15% of Conservative MPs wrote to the chair of the 1922 Committee of Backbench MPs, that's Sir Graham Brady, and called for the Prime Minister's resignation. Let's have a little listen now to how he then announced the news.
The threshold of 15% of the parliamentary party seeking a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister has been passed. Therefore, a vote of confidence will take place within the rules of the 1922 Committee. That vote will take place this evening in the House of Commons between 6 and 8 o'clock, and we will announce the result shortly thereafter. There will be arrangements for proxy votes for any colleagues who can't be present in person in Westminster, and we'll notify colleagues of those arrangements in the near future.
So, how does the no confidence process work? To trigger a vote, 15%, as we just said, of Conservative MPs, that's 54 in total, have to submit no confidence letters. So in the vote, more than half of the party's MPs, that's 180, need to vote against the Prime Minister in order to remove him. And if that happens, there's then a leadership contest and Boris Johnson is barred from running in it. But if he wins, according to the rules as they stand, he is safe for a year. So that is the current rule. So it was quite interesting to hear Sir Roger Gale tell me earlier on in the programme that there's nothing to stop them changing the rules, that he could see that potentially being an outcome to allow them to hold another vote of confidence in the Prime Minister if he gets past this one. So it might not be the end yet, we'll see. This morning, there was the shock resignation, of course, of the Prime Minister's own anti-corruption champion. John Penrose said it was clear that Boris Johnson had broken the ministerial code over Partygate and that he should have resigned.
Sue Gray report says so in terms. It says there are major problems with leadership, and he hasn't addressed that at all in his response. I think at that point it's pretty clear that he has broken the ministerial code in a very material way, and at that point, I'm afraid it's normally a resignation matter for the minister concerned, but also clearly I, as the anti-corruption czar, can't carry on in that role until and unless this is addressed. It feels now like a question of when, not if. But we will have to wait and see what the result is. If he has a thumping victory this evening, then that might be different. But at the moment, insofar as anyone can tell, it feels like the beginning of the end.
Feels like the beginning of the end. Probably one of the most stinging criticisms of the Prime Minister because of Mr Penrose's role as the anti-corruption champion. At the same time, though, unsurprisingly, there has also been some strong support for the Prime Minister, in particular from some of his members of Cabinet. Among them, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Dominic Raab and Nadine Dorries all told Sky News that they believe that Boris Johnson is going to comfortably survive this evening's vote.
I don't think anyone's particularly surprised that this has happened this morning, and the 15% barrier is a relatively low barrier to achieve. So I don't think we should be that surprised by it. Nobody has had to force me to come out to support an exceptional, good, forward-looking Prime Minister. He needs to remind people of what he's achieved, and the election victory was a very personal victory. There are a lot of members of Parliament who owe their seats directly to Boris Johnson.
I hope that MPs will overwhelmingly support him. I believe that they will. That will, I hope as well, but draw a line behind some of this. There's been speculation for weeks now. We've got a whole packed agenda. We've got a general election in less than 2 years, packed agenda on levelling up, on skills, of course the cost of living, the crime and law enforcement, which is one of my areas, working with Priti Patel, or we can turn inwards with what I think the public will view as a rather self-indulgent bout of talking to ourselves. And so I think it's important people get behind the Prime Minister, and I'm confident they will.
I'm not worried at all. In fact, I'd like to get this vote out of the way so that we can get on with focusing on the issues that really need to be focused on. 14 million people voted for the Prime Minister in a general election, the biggest vote that a Conservative Prime Minister has had since Margaret Thatcher. I find it utterly bizarre that a small number of MPs think that they can overrule that vote, that vote of 14 million people. It's quite something that they think they can do that. And so, let's get this vote done. Let's move on tomorrow.
8:36, the current time, and if things do stick to schedule, that means that it is less than half an hour until we find out the result of the confidence vote in Boris Johnson. And it does feel that, speaking to MPs, one of the key things that they're voting on is whether or not they believe that Boris Johnson is still an election winner. Alex Stafford, the MP for Rother Valley, saying he's supporting the PM because he thinks he can win over some of those critical seats. Dehenna Davidson, the MP for Bishop Auckland, saying the opposite. And really, of course, we've got the big test coming up, the big test at the election, because there are two critical by-elections on the horizon. In Wakefield, the kind of classic red wall territory that Labour is hoping to take back off the Conservatives, and also in Tiverton and Honiton, which the Lib Dems are hoping to take. Nick Martin, our People and Politics correspondent, has been in Wakefield trying to find out what voters there make of Boris Johnson.
In the next few weeks, this cathedral city in West Yorkshire will vote for a new MP. And the result could tell us a lot about how people feel about the Prime Minister and his government.
Cities like Wakefield, which were Labour for so long, turned Tory in the last general election, and that helped to secure victory for Boris Johnson. But now a recent poll suggests that Labour are 20 points ahead here. And if that's true, then the Conservatives could be heading for a crushing defeat in this by-election.
It's been a bruising time for Boris Johnson, and the lockdown parties and subsequent fines seem to hit a nerve with some voters.
The things that he's done, put us in lockdown, then have his own party. He's just gone against his own word, so it's disgusting, really.
Why was he ignoring the restrictions? Why was he ignoring the rules?
Is it the partying that's really got you upset?
It's not helped his case, has it? It's not helped it, no.
If it came to a general election, a vote now, would you be happy for him to continue as a Prime Minister?
I've got no option.
You've got no option?
No option.
The Tory win here in 2019 was remarkable. Labour, after all, had held this seat since the 1930s.
Checo and Greek salad and sweet potato wedges.
The question is whether, after everything that's happened, have they got enough support to win again?
It just comes across as a bit bumbling, a bit idiotic at times, and end of the day he's going to live and die on his sword, and he made the rules and he's decided to break them.
So you had faith in him, you had faith in him at the beginning, you were willing to vote for him, but it's the party thing, is it, that's dented that faith?
I would definitely say the party, that if he can't keep his own rules, he can't be trusted, and trust is the main thing that you need.
As these kids growing up, you want the best for their future, and given that, you know, how he's led over the past few years, it's not been great.
Support for politicians can flourish and wither in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Annetta Ford is a florist in the city, and she's also a loyal Conservative.
What he's done since Brexit, COVID, and Ukrainian war, that is the main thing. So I'm looking on the bigger picture, not just a glass of wine. And I got that confidence, I have to say. Yeah.
So you believe that going forward he should remain Prime Minister because he's getting more right than wrong?
Well, yeah, in a nutshell, yeah.
A defeat in Wakefield would pile even more pressure on the Prime Minister at a time when confidence in his leadership is being tested to the limits. Nick Martin, Sky News, Wakefield.
Nick Martin reporting there. Well, there's lots more to come as we head towards the crucial result. It's expected around 9 o'clock, so that is bang on 20 minutes' time. But we've got lots more online as well, so you can just scan the QR code that is on your screen right now in order to read all of the latest news and analysis in our Politics Hub. You're watching Sky News, our special programme on the confidence vote. Coming up, we are going to have more on the Prime Minister's future. MPs have finished voting. We're expecting the results in just 20 minutes' time.
just made their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
There are hundreds of these turbines, there are thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads.
This is a show of strength at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance.
We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
An enormous explosion has just come down.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
You either live and recover, or you die.
Well, now we really are into the final stretch of the waiting game, the no confidence vote in the Prime Minister, which ended at 8 o'clock. And those results are expected very shortly at 9 p.m. Is when we are expecting things to run, although, of course, these things can have a life of their own. Well, we're joined now by the Conservative commentator, Tim Montgomery. Thank you very much for being with us. What's your best prediction? I know that I'm really kind of putting you on the spot here with the result announced imminently, but what's your best prediction for how things are going to go?
Well, Sophie, I've learned in politics when Donald Trump becomes president and Jeremy Corbyn becomes Labour leader not to make predictions. So why I'm going to answer your question, I don't know. But I think we're probably in the region of 120 to 140 Conservative MPs rebelling against him. I think he will survive the leadership vote tonight. But if you have that sort of degree of rebellion, well over 100 Tory MPs losing confidence in your leadership, I think your days as Tory leader are numbered. I think the thing that is holding Tory MPs back from absolutely finishing the Prime Minister off today is a lack of consensus about a likely successor. But, talking off camera, off microphone, as I'm sure you've done today, there are a lot of Conservative MPs, there are a lot of Conservative ministers who, while publicly backing the Prime Minister, are telling me that when there is an opportunity, that the moment is right, that they think his time is up.
Yeah, to be honest, I have experienced a bit of the same. Like some of the MPs who have been notched up as supportive of the Prime Minister on Twitter accounts, actually saying a rather different thing to me in private. But look, we're going to see how the vote goes, because it could go either way. And it does feel as though supporters of the Prime Minister are quite confident that he is going to win. If he does get over the line, do you see any scenario where he resigns?
No. One thing I think about the Prime Minister is that he will have to be pulled, kicking and screaming out of Downing Street. I think he's wanted this job. Was it he said he wanted to be world king, I think was the expression. He's wanted to be world king for a very long time. So I think it will be very difficult to get him to resign. But, a lot of people are saying, well, it's 12 months until there can be another Tory leadership race. Anyone who knows the Conservative Party knows that when it comes to rules and principles, it's infinitely flexible. That's why it's the most successful political party in the world. If Conservative MPs decide after the forthcoming by-elections in Honiton and Tiverton and Wakefield that the Prime Minister is no longer an electoral asset, if we begin to see cabinet resignations, which I think will happen quite soon, if the opinion polls continue to show that the majority of the British people don't trust a word that he says anymore, all of those things I think are true. The Conservative Party will find a way of ousting him. His days are numbered. The Conservative Party doesn't wound a leader, as it will do today, without knowing that certainly sure afterwards it will kill that leader's premiership. And so it is just a question now of when rather than if the Prime Minister is toast.
At the same time, I guess supporters of Boris Johnson would say, look, this is a guy who won a landslide election. He is a man who has managed to speak to voters that the Conservative Party, frankly, hasn't been able to speak to before at all by other leaders. So why on earth would they want to go through, you know, the difficult process of a leadership election and all of that may entail when you've already got someone who is a proven election winner?
2019 was a long time ago, Sophie. I think since then, of course, we've all lived through lockdown. We've all missed funerals and weddings and, you know, a whole range of very intimate family events because we've abided by the rules and the Prime Minister hasn't. I think the reputation he had a few years ago when he won that historic general election victory, those things just don't apply anymore. And let's not overstate the contribution that Boris Johnson made to winning that election. Theresa May actually made significant progress in sort of northern, previously Labour seats at the election before, even though she fell short of a majority. Look at Australia, look at America, look across the Western world. Conservative centre-right parties are doing a lot better in traditionally working class seats. Left of centre, Liberal parties are doing better in wealthier seats. The whole electoral geography of the world is changing to a significant extent. I don't think Boris Johnson will be able to prove that he's the big difference that some of his supporters think. There are global trends taking place, and the Conservative Party will, I think, be better placed with a leader who can be trusted with voters, who thinks that who voters think when he says stuff they can believe it. And that is the big problem with Boris Johnson. Consistently, opinion polls now say that voters don't trust him. And you don't want to go into an election with a leader who, whatever they say, whether it's tax or climate change or cost of living, isn't believed.
Let's talk a little bit about potential successors. Now, some people might think this is premature, of course, but it's pretty clear from what you said that you think that this is the beginning of the end, even if Boris Johnson survives. Rishi Sunak, for many people, was mortally wounded this year. There is no clear, obvious successor to the Prime Minister, is there?
No. And I think if there was a clear successor, you know, there would be no doubt about the outcome of this leadership race. I think we've agreed, Sophie, that a number of Tory MPs who publicly declared for the Prime Minister don't actually have faith in him. They are just waiting for an alternative unity candidate that they can back. I think once there is an alternative that's clear, I think they will back that person. Gun to my head, if you insisted that I name the sort of person who would win, I think you'd be looking at someone like the Education Secretary, Nadhim Zahawi. The Conservative Party is incredibly divided at the moment. It's an embarrassment that I, as a committee Conservative, have to come onto programmes like yours and talk about this fractious, very split Conservative Party. If we have any chance at the next election of avoiding a Keir Starmer, Nicola Sturgeon coalition at the next general election, we have to find a leader who can unite the party's warring factions. It will be someone who is supported on all sides of the party, like Nadhim Zahawi, who will be able to unite the party. But don't ask me to bet more than a fiver on that outcome. But if that would be my best bet at the moment.
That's a pretty small amount of money. It does perhaps say a little bit about the confidence in your prediction, I think, there. Tim Montgomery, thank you very much. Good to talk to you today. Well, you are now looking at live pictures from inside the 1922 committee meeting room. This, of course, is where things were all taking place. You can see there Nadhim Zahawi, the person that Tim Montgomery was just talking about as a potential successor to Boris Johnson, and the room starting to fill up there. Our political editor, Beth Rippey, is with us as we wait for the results of that confidence vote in the Prime Minister? 9 minutes if they run on time, of course, which they may very
This
well
is
not.
bringing back memories for me of the Theresa May confidence vote.
Yes.
And you'll remember that she survived it. She lost... She won 63% of the vote. She lost 37% of support. She didn't have a working majority, really. She had to rely on the confidence and supply of the DUP. So she was in a weaker position, if you like, as a Prime Minister than Boris Johnson is, in that he has a 79-seat majority. But you'll remember that she won that vote. 117 of her own MPs said that they didn't have the confidence in her. And then 6 months later, she had to resign because she just got caught in all of those votes in the Commons where the party hadn't managed to oust her, but they managed to do her in on the floor of the House. Instead, she had to stand down and pave the way for Johnson to go on and win that leadership election.
Which I guess is a really useful thing to look at here, because if he does, of course, get to the 180 mark, which people expect him to, the Theresa May threshold, if you like, is 133 people voting against him, if you look at the percentages that you were just talking about. So I guess, in some ways, do you think that is a threshold that
well, actually,
he needs to clear?
My very clever colleague Tom Rayner was just talking to me about this outside, and he'd worked out that to do better than Theresa May, or to level with Theresa May, Boris Johnson needs the support he needs less than 133 MPs to vote against him. So that's his threshold. Anything under that, then he will have bettered Theresa May in this particular confidence vote. So let's see where the numbers come in.
And how do you think the confidence is among Boris Johnson's supporters? You know, we spoke to Kit Malta's house. He said he thinks there's going to be a thumping victory, which I have to say, I thought that was, really nailing his colours to the mast with this vote so imminent. Do you think that there's a bit of confidence among them?
On both sides, whether it be rebels or allies, the one consensus in this riven party now, this very divided party, is that both sides think that the likelihood is Boris Johnson survives the vote. So this is the one thing amid all these divisions that everyone seems to agree on. But in terms of predicting where it lands, the reason it's so difficult is because the government payroll, you've got 160 to 170 MPs who will always say that they will vote for the Prime Minister, but they might not follow through with that.
Particularly if they've got leadership ambitions as well. I was thinking,
secret ballots.
Some of these people may be thinking that if they are going to be hoping to stand for the leader in a few months' time, then actually publicly supporting Boris Johnson, presenting yourself as a unifying character, might not be a bad thing for them.
Exactly. So it's hard to read where the vote goes. I think it's fair to say that should Boris Johnson lose this vote, that would be genuinely a political earthquake. I mean, it would be absolutely astonishing for him to actually lose the vote. I think what people are looking at, that could happen, though. I mean, I'm not ruling it out either. I'm just saying that it would be a big surprise. But what people are looking at is how tight will it be? How many MPs rebel against him? As I was saying earlier, if it's over 100 MPs, that means he's lost the majority of the back benches. If it's 133 MPs, he's worse than Theresa May.
Someone described me as anything over 120. It will be the start of a long and slow death for Boris Johnson. So it does feel that there's different graduations, if you like.
I mean, victory. I mean, what would be a good if you ask someone. Some of his allies, those working closely with him in government, what's a good result? I mean, it's keeping it to double digits really, and not going over that 100 threshold. But the expectation management was something today, wasn't it? When you had cabinet ministers coming out and saying he only needs to win by one vote, and that was the matter settled, and we all turn the page. And I think, look,
that really is wishful thinking.
Whatever happens tonight, whatever the result is tonight, this is another staging post for Boris Johnson in terms of what his detractors would say is now the terminal decline, and what his supporters would say is an opportunity to try and rebuild.
And to draw a line under it.
And to draw a line under it. But what is clear from this is if you look back through history, Conservative Party leaders who face a confidence vote, in the end it does for them, either at a ballot box with John Major with Theresa May where she had to stand down, or Margaret Thatcher where she also had to resign. So this is bad news. There's no way you can spin this as a Prime Minister as this being a good thing to happen to you. The best he can hope for is that he manages to keep that rebellion down and he manages to somehow rebuild afterwards. But a lot of it will depend on how he handles himself after this vote. And you saw, we were talking about it earlier, that this blue-on-blue infighting and this very, very personal, acerbic attacks between, say, Nadine Dorries, who is one of the key Boris Johnson lieutenants, and Jeremy Hunt, who is now opposed to the Prime Minister and has leadership ambitions himself. These do not help rebuild the party. They just exacerbate the divisions. And where Nadine Dorries is right is when she says divided parties don't win elections. The public see it and they lose confidence in the party because they think, well, if you can't run yourselves, how are you going to run our country?
We're looking at those live pictures from the 1922 committee room. You can see there the MPs who managed to bag the front row seats, a couple more just sitting around relaxed, having a chat. No microphones at the minute, unfortunately. I'd love to know what they were saying to each other now.
You can't see it here, but somewhere at the back of that room will be the lobby, will be 30 to 40 journalists. Unfortunately, I never get to go in. I quite like to be in there.
You've got to have to sit here and talking to
No,
you
I like sitting here talking to you, but it's quite an experience to kind of be in the room.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of Westminster traditions, the
Yes.
1922 committee, isn't it? Which effectively kind of governs the rules of the Conservative parliamentary party. There's been talk as well, haven't there, about the fact that if he wins this vote, according to the rules, Boris Johnson is then immune for a year for a leadership challenge.
And
so on paper, it would feel that he could come out of it with a strengthened position.
Yeah, it's interesting that because there was an attempt earlier this year to change the rules, to change it so you didn't have to wait for another year before calling another vote, but that kind of got torpedoed and didn't happen. But some MPs have said to me today that regardless of this rule, if you end up towards the end of the year and the majority of Conservative MPs are calling for the Prime Minister to stand down, or they've put letters in, it would be very hard for the 22 to not call another vote. But convention states, there's Michael Fabricant there, convention states that that he is safe for another year. And this is also why it's curious about the timing of this vote, because if you were a rebel trying to orchestrate the point of maximum weakness for the Prime Minister, kind of the Monday back after the Platinum Jubilee, whilst you've still got two potentially fatal by-elections for him to run, would not necessarily be the moment that you would want the vote, because at the moment he can still stand up and go, hey, I'm a proven vote winner.
I'm
Nadine Dorries today, 14 million people voted for Boris Johnson. Your dozens of MPs ignoring the will of the people. That argument's quite hard to make if you lose two by-elections in quick succession.
Off the back of their local elections. Do you think, interestingly on that, on the timing, because as you said, it's not the perfect timing by any stretch of the imagination. Do you think that perhaps, here we go, you can see the officers coming in. That is to Graham Brady in the middle, picking out his paper. Let's listen.
I can report as returning officer that 359 ballots were cast, no spoiled ballots, that the vote in favour of having confidence in Boris Johnson as leader was 211 votes, and the vote against was 148 votes. And therefore, I can announce that the Parliamentary Party does have confidence.
Well, there you go. That is the results of the confidence motion. The cheers there, the support for the Prime Minister. But just look at those numbers. Do you have confidence in Boris Johnson as leader of the Conservative Party? 211 MPs said yes. 148 MPs said no. That's a majority of just 63. And really, in context, that is quite astonishing. 133 was the number that he would have to get to do better than Theresa May. So that is a lot worse than Theresa May did in percentage terms. And of course, she resigned as leader in the months after that confidence vote. People supporting Boris Johnson were saying they were hoping he would make it to double figures, so get the rebellion under 100 MPs. Well, that certainly hasn't happened. 148 Conservative MPs saying they don't have confidence in the Prime Minister. Beth?
Well, if you were in Downing Street tonight looking at that figure, you are going to be disappointed by that. That is a very disappointing result for Boris Johnson. A majority of just 63, 148 of his parliamentary party have signalled that they do not have confidence in him as Prime Minister. That is definitely on the upper end of estimations that I had been hearing today. As I was saying earlier, a vote of over 100 noes, that is losing the majority of his parliamentary party. And the question that comes from that vote is how on earth can Boris Johnson really corral the party, get legislation through, when 148 of his own backbenchers say that they no longer have confidence in him? You only need 40 MPs to consistently vote against Boris Johnson for him to lose his majority. And there you have 148. That will give him plenty of food for thought tonight. I should say, though, too, Sophie, that the Prime Minister has been very clear all of the way through this, as have his allies, that he has no intention of resigning unless he is forced out of office. But that is a deeply uncomfortable result for him. And you have to ask after that, are we now going to watch a period of time where Boris Johnson is in office, he survives in Downing Street, but he is not really in power. He does not have the authority over his party when 148 of his own MPs say that they don't have confidence in him. You've got to remember that the government payroll vote is 160 to 170. So, you know, he's brought in a lot of support from the government payroll there, but 148 against him, that is deeply disappointing.
And certainly if you look at the expectation management from Number 10, they are going to be shaken by that figure, 148. That is certainly at the upper end of what people were predicting. And as Beth was saying, it really does feel that there are going to be questions about how he's going to govern going forward when the public know that 148 of his own MPs don't have confidence in him, and of course the working majority that he has in getting legislation through as well.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at those votes, my colleague Louis has just done the calculation for me. We think it's about 58% of his MPs have backed him, which tells you that 58.7, so 41% have not. So he's done far worse than Theresa May did back in 2019.
And significantly worse, as you said. Thank you, Beth. Well, let's go live now to the Houses of Parliament, where our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is in central lobby for us. Sam.
Thank you very much indeed, Sophie. Yes, one Cabinet loyalist said to me a moment ago, that is more disappointing than we were expecting. So, for the first reaction, we have two MPs, two members, people who sit around the Cabinet table. Nadine Zahawi, he's the Education Secretary, and Michelle Donlan, who also works in that department. Nadine, let's start with you. This is a disappointment. Can you say that?
Well, I think the important thing to remember is whichever side of the argument you're on this, the one thing we all believe in is democracy. That was a ballot. The Prime Minister won handsomely. I think the important thing to remember is that we only are able to deliver if we are united. I hope we can draw a line under this now and focus on delivery.
OK, I'm going to stop you there. 41% of Tory MPs have tonight said that they have no confidence in Boris Johnson. How can you stand here and say that is a handsome result for Boris Johnson?
Because those 41% that you refer to are equally democratic. They believe in this party. They believe in democracy. They made their opinion.
You are making a different argument.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Listen to me.
Whether or not it's a larger than anticipated margin.
Sam, it's a ballot. 50 plus 1 is a majority, right? Boris did much better than that. We draw a line and we move on because we've got 2 years to demonstrate to the nation that we can deliver on the economy. We've got to deal with the global battle against inflation. We've got to deal with the backlog of the NHS, safer streets, and of course, war in Europe. What do you think President Zelensky will be thinking tonight? He'll be punching the air because he knows his great ally Boris Johnson will be Prime Minister tomorrow morning. That's what we've got to focus on. What Michelle and I are doing is focusing on skills, schools, family, because Boris Johnson has mandated us to deliver on those things. These are big priorities for the nation. Your viewers will be thinking about what are these cabinet ministers going to do to deliver over the next 2 years. We've won the vote tonight, we move on and we build this country's economy because we have to recover from COVID and, of course, war in Europe.
Michelle, 41%. What do you think? What's your message to the 41% of your colleagues tonight that voted no confidence in Boris Johnson?
So I think now is the time to move on. Now is not the time for self-indulgent navel-gazing. Now is the time to deliver. It's what we're doing as ministers in the Department for Education, and it's what we're doing across government on the people's priorities, tackling that NHS backlog, helping people with the cost of living. These are the things that people are concerned about day in, day out.
Why do you think the 41% was so high?
So I think we've had a democratic vote tonight. Boris Johnson has won. Now we need to move on and we need to get focused on delivery, and that's what this government is going to do over the next 2 years, and deliver for the British public and tackle the issues that constituents are contacting me every day about. Worried about their energy bills, worried about their cost of living. We saw a big package where we gave additional support just a couple of weeks ago, and that's the type of things that you can expect from this government.
Final question, Nadeem Zahawi. Do you really expect all of that 41%, that 148 strong bunch of Tory MP rebels against the Prime Minister to now shut up and get on with supporting the Prime Minister? You're in for a protracted period of Tory civil war, aren't you?
What I expect from my colleagues, which I know they believe in, right? I've spoken to pretty much all of my colleagues, is democracy. Right? We know we have a constitution in the party. We've exercised that today. I hope we can now draw a line against all the speculation from the media and the rest of the sort of the Twitterati and everyone else, and focus on delivery. All of my colleagues, whichever way they voted, know that we win the election when we are united. People don't vote for divided parties. That's my message. We're Democrats above everything else. And I think you'll find every colleague, even those who voted against the Prime Minister tonight, will agree with that statement.
Thank you very much indeed, Nadeem Zahawi. So there you have it, Sophie. The first reaction out of the blocks is that Boris Johnson has won handsomely, even though 148 Tory MPs voted tonight that they have no confidence in Boris Johnson.
There you go, Sam. A handsome victory indeed. Thank you very much for that. Well, let's bring Beth Rigby back in, shall we, at this point. I think it is interesting, isn't it, listening to backers of Boris Johnson there, saying that now's the time to move on, it's time to stop the navel-gazing. 148 MPs voting no confidence. It's going to be impossible, isn't it?
The more I digest the figure, the worse it looks. I mean, Nadeem Zahawi saying there, it's time to draw a line under this. You can't draw a line under it when 41% of your own MPs say they have no confidence in you. That is in black and white. It's set in stone. The vote has happened. It's a matter of record now. This is a Prime Minister who has lost the confidence of 41% of his parliamentary party, the majority by some of his backbenchers. It's worse than Theresa May, how she did in 2019. And you'll remember 6 months later, she had to resign. Jim Pickard, my former colleague at the FT, just tweeting out that it's a lower percentage-wise than John Major in 95 and Margaret Thatcher in 1990. So had the hope been for the Prime Minister and his allies to turn the page and draw a line on it, you just simply can't when the rebellion is as big as that. And it raises questions about how on earth he commands the Commons. How does he drive through legislation when so many of his MPs now say they don't have confidence in him as Prime Minister anymore.
It feels, doesn't it, that so far allies of the Prime Minister have tried to say that this is effectively Remainers, disgruntled Remainers, trying to rehash old arguments. But the fact that the number is so high, as you say, 40%, 148, that means
it's just not accurate.
That means that's a cross-section of the party from all wings. 40%, as
Exactly,
you said, it can't be pocketed.
If you look at if you actually think about the One Nation group of Conservatives, which is the caucus within the parliamentary party, which are basically Remainers, etc. I mean, that group is 50 to 60 maximum. This is 159 people. People like Steve Baker, who was a leading Brexiteer that helped put Boris Johnson into number 10, he's publicly said he won't support him. Andrea Leadsom, again, another Brexiteer that was a champion of Boris Johnson. Jessie Norman, who was a champion of Boris Johnson. Penny Mordaunt, who backed Jeremy Hunt in the leadership campaign and was ousted from cabinet by Boris Johnson. She was a key Brexiteer, so you just can't say that. It's just not accurate.
Thank you, Beth. Let's go live to the House of Parliament now, because MPs are starting to come out of that committee room. Sam Coates has got Roger Gale with him, another sort of strong critic of the Prime Minister. I'm interested to know what he made of that result.
That's right, Sophie. Roger Gale, indeed one of the 148. So, Roger, you've heard the response of Boris Johnson allies. They're making an argument that he won, and a win's a win, and that the nature of democracy means that this issue is now settled about Boris Johnson's future. Is it?
Unfortunately, the issue can't be settled like that. Over a third of the parliamentary party has expressed no confidence in the Prime Minister. Now, we have a job of work to do. We've got to get on and govern, Sam. We've got to push through the Conservative legislation. But we are pledged to enact, and we will do that. And I'm not one of those who believes in a vote strike or anything like that. We don't all agree with all of the legislation. Nobody ever does. But we have a job to do, and we have to get on, and the electorate will expect us to do that. But that is separate from our reaction to the Prime Minister.
OK, forgive me, let me just try and clarify something. Are you saying that, given tonight's result, you accept that Boris Johnson should and can continue to be Prime Minister take the Conservative Party into the next election?
No, I've expressed my view very clearly indeed.
So what's he going to do about it?
I don't believe that he should take the party into the next general election, and I think there are other elephant traps down the road. 2 by-elections coming up, the Privileges Committee report in the autumn. There are a lot of hurdles ahead, and I think a Prime Minister of honour would look at the figures, accept the fact that he has lost the support of a significant proportion of his party and consider his position, but I don't think he'll do that.
Exactly, and because of that, because he is unlikely to resign in pretty much any circumstance, Sir Roger Gale, my question to you is, will you now retire your campaign to unseat him and accept that for the next year, at least, he is...
Sam, you're misrepresenting the situation. I have no campaign to unseat him. I have a personal view that Mr Johnson is not the fit and proper person to be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. But I'm elected as a Conservative Member of Parliament on a manifesto that we need to deliver. So I will support the legislation, but don't expect me to support this Prime Minister. I cannot do that.
So you will continue to voice your view in the weeks and months ahead, just as you have been doing up to today's vote?
I was elected to say what I think, and I have to continue to say what I think.
And do you think that some of the other members of the 100...
Sam, apologies. We are going straight to Keir Starmer, who's giving his reaction.
Or to back Boris Johnson. The British public are fed up with a Prime Minister who promises big but never delivers. Fed up with a Prime Minister who's presided over a culture of lies and law-breaking at the heart of government. Fed up with a Prime Minister who is utterly unfit for the great office that he holds. Conservative MPs made their choice tonight. They have ignored the British public and hitched themselves and their party firmly to Boris Johnson and everything that he represents. The Conservative Party now believes that good government focused on improving lives is too much to ask. The Conservative government now believes that breaking the law is no impediment to making the law. The Conservative Party now believes that the British public have no right to expect honest politicians. Over the weekend, the whole country celebrated the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. It was a tribute to 70 years of humility, decency and respect. A reminder of our common cause to build a better country for ourselves, our children and our grandchildren. It is grotesque that the very next day, the Conservative Party has chosen to throw that sense of duty and those values on the bonfire. The choice in British politics is clearer tonight than ever before. A Labour Party united under my leadership with a plan to ensure that Britain is never again plunged into a cost of living crisis, focused on growing the economy so we can afford world-class schools and hospitals, and determined to restore trust in politics. Or a Conservative Party that is divided, propping up Boris Johnson with no plan to tackle the issues facing you and your family. I don't claim that I or my party will get everything right, but I promise that when we don't, we will always be honest with you. We will prioritise your prosperity and your security, and we will treat you with the respect you deserve from your politicians. I promise that together we will end the farce we've seen in recent months, that we will once again put the country first, get rid of this tired, out-of-touch government and get Britain back on track. Thank you.
Keir Starmer there giving his reaction to the results of that confidence vote, speaking at Labour HQ. You can see there he was directly appealing to the voters, saying that he and the Labour Party will, in his words, get this country back on track after the events of recent months. Just to recap, if you are just joining us, the results just on your screen now. 211 Conservative MPs voting to say they have confidence in the Prime Minister, and 148 saying that they do not. That's a majority of just 63, more than 40% of the Conservative Parliamentary Party voting against the Prime Minister, far worse than Theresa May did in the confidence vote that eventually led to her resigning as Prime Minister. So a difficult result there for Boris Johnson. Now, allies, of course, say that it's time to draw a line under matters, that he's won, that the navel-gazing should stop. Whether or not that is actually able to happen, of course, there's another question. We can try and find out. We can go live to the Houses of Parliament and talk to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. He's in Central Lobby. He's busy collaring Conservative MPs to try and get their reaction to what just happened. Sam.
That's right, Sophie. Welcome back to Central Lobby, which is buzzing at the moment, largely because the Downing Street operation has managed to get out quite a lot of cabinet ministers, quite a supportive MPs, people to just talk up Boris Johnson in the face of that result, which in private, loyalists will admit, is a worse result than they were expected. But in public, they're talking tough, talking about the Prime Minister carrying on, and a win is a win. So let's talk to one supporter of Boris Johnson, Scott Benton, who's a Blackpool MP. You voted in favour of Boris Johnson continuing in post. 41% of the party tonight voted no confidence in Boris Johnson. How do you feel about that?
Well, this evening was all about drawing a line under the cloud. For the last 2 or 3 months, there's been a cloud over Boris's leadership. Tonight's a good night, not just for the Conservative Party, not just for Boris Johnson, but for the country, because we can finally draw a line under the issue and move on. My constituents don't care about the tittle-tattle in Westminster, which colleagues are falling out with whom. They care about the local school, investment going into the local hospital, and if they can get a well-paid job. A line's been drawn under the issue, and we need to focus on the priorities of British people and deliver on what matters for them.
Forgive me, we've only had the result for 20 minutes, so I think we can talk about it just a little longer. 4 out of 10 Conservative MPs voted that they have no confidence in Boris Johnson. Fair enough, it's a win. But why can't you even acknowledge that that wasn't very good for him? Why can't you just say those words?
No, I can acknowledge. Of course I support Boris Johnson. Would I have liked the majority to be higher for him this evening? Of course I would. But as a Conservative Party, we do one thing very well, and that's uniting and fighting the opposition. This evening,
is that the lesson from Margaret Thatcher in 1989, the lesson from John Major in 1985, the lesson from Theresa May in 2019? Did you unite and keep them in post or win the next election after any of those?
For two-thirds of the last century, the Conservative Party has been in power. We have a natural party of government. What we need to do after this evening's vote, however colleagues voted, is understand each other, speak to each other, but more importantly, draw a line under the situation and move on. Boris has won a majority. He's renewed his mandate, not just to serve as party leader, but to serve as Prime Minister for the whole of our United Kingdom. He now needs a space to deliver on those priorities, like he has in the past.
I'm curious what you think of certain individuals that came out against Boris Johnson, particularly Jeremy Hunt. He was out pretty strongly this morning. Why do you think he did what he did today?
Well, Jeremy is a very accomplished politician. I'm sure there's a role for him to play in this Conservative government. He is a big beast. We need to utilise all the talents within the party. Do I think Jeremy Hunt's the best person to lead the party or the country? No, I don't. I think that's Boris Johnson. That's why I voted for him. But whoever the Conservative Party leader is has my support, and I think colleagues need to listen to the message given by colleagues this evening, back Boris and support him on delivering on those priorities and the concerns of British people, levelling up, investing in public services and providing people with help to get them through this cost of living crisis. That's what we expect from the Prime Minister, and he now needs to deliver.
Do you think that the 41% who voted no confidence in Boris Johnson will do that? Does a little bit of you worry that having got the taste for rebellion, the bit between their teeth, they won't shut up and draw a line under it tonight?
No, I don't think that will be the case at all. As a Conservative Party, there's one thing which interests us, that is serving our constituents and serving the country, serving this country. And there's only one way we can do that, and that's by being in power. Heaven forbid if a Labour government were to be elected, led by Keir Starmer, and the catastrophe that would inflict upon this country. We now need to unite, understand each other and support Boris, and that's what I would implore all colleagues and members of the party to do.
Just because I think it was implied, but I'll let you spell it out. Do you think figures like Jeremy Hunt were making the statements about Boris Johnson, setting out their position because they had leadership ambitions today?
Well, I can't speak for Jeremy's leadership ambitions. Colleagues understandably have concerns about direction of the party, concerns about how Partygate has been handled. But as I say, the time for those questions has now passed. Boris has won a decisive vote this evening, and we need to move on. The country expects nothing less.
Leaving aside the questions about Partygate, what are the specific concerns that you refer to about the direction of the party?
Well, some colleagues have a number of concerns about the direction of the party, whether or not taxation is too high, whether or not their constituencies in different parts of the country are getting enough funding. Boris has had a tremendously difficult task getting us through COVID, delivering Brexit. Now, of course, we have a war in Europe and the cost of living crisis. So you can't keep every colleague with you on every single issue, but we need to understand each other, learn and listen to what each other has to say, but ultimately Boris and his team decide the policy direction. We need to put our faith in them and support them to deliver on the priorities of the British people.
Standing at that microphone minutes before you turned up with Sir Roger Gale, a veteran colleague of yours, he said that he wasn't going to shut up about Boris Johnson. He would continue to talk about his views about Boris Johnson despite tonight's result. What's your message to Sir Roger?
Well, that's disappointing. Of course, as a Conservative Party, we're interested in serving the British people, and ultimately you can't do that from opposition. And I'm afraid if we keep speaking to each other about who's best to lead the Conservative Party, we won't be doing our jobs effectively as MPs. So I'd implore people like Roger, who I speak to often in the tea room, to put those questions to one side and focus on the bigger picture, which is delivering on those domestic priorities and keeping Labour out of power.
Scott, thank you very much indeed. There you had it, a hope that there is unity inside the Conservative Party. But really, Sophie, I think that's the question for tonight. With that margin of victory, perhaps narrower than many were expecting, will the Conservative Party buckle under, as people like Scott Benton think, or hope, or will those over 140 Conservative MPs who voted no confidence in Boris Johnson continue to speak out through all of those bumpy points in the road ahead, making Boris Johnson's life and Boris Johnson's ability to govern that much harder.
Interesting, Sam. It's been really fascinating listening to some of the interviews that you've been doing with the MPs so far as well. The Boris Johnson supporters saying that they want to draw a line under things, but then, of course, people like Sir Roger Gale telling you that they intend to keep speaking out. What's your best prediction, Sam, about where things could go from now?
Look, I think we were at the worst end of results. There's no doubt about that. Loyalists privately are acknowledging that the number of rebels is higher than they wanted to see, higher than they expected, suggesting that not only is there going to be an ongoing problem, but also, in some senses, the whipping operation, the attempt to try and keep tracks on what Tory MPs were doing wasn't good enough. So I think one of the first things that Downing Street has got to do in the coming days and weeks is to work out what went wrong, how they perhaps underestimated the strength of feeling. It was only Friday, I'm told, that people in Downing Street were telling Cabinet colleagues, bring it on, we want to see this vote of no confidence. We're bored with the way that this is gathering momentum in the press, but never seems to come to a head. We are confident that Boris Johnson would win comfortably, and then we can move on with the bold array of plans that they say that they've got for the near future. But instead, what's happened today is that a worse majority, that Boris Johnson has done worse than Theresa May did in her own vote of no confidence in 2019. Why does that matter? Well, it took about 5.5 months for her to end up falling on her sword because the depth of opposition to her just never went away. I think there are some who feel that that John Major's challenge by John Redwood, which led to a head-to-head contest between the two, ultimately drained some of his authority away in the lead up to the 1997 election, leading to that Tory drubbing in that year. And you had, of course, Margaret Thatcher, who won a vote of low confidence and then fell on her sword. So these things, history suggests these things don't end well. But Boris Johnson is perhaps a more stubborn, a more determined, his supporters would say, Prime Minister than many of those that we've had in recent history. It is determined not to resign under pretty much any circumstances. His allies have made that pretty clear. But that doesn't mean that, given that he now potentially has a year in which he cannot face another vote of no confidence challenged by Conservative MPs, he's afforded the protection, 12 months protection as a result of tonight's vote under the current 1922 rules. There is a question of whether or not there are any other hurdles that could prove fatal. Now, the most obvious challenge for Boris Johnson in the coming weeks comes up in about 3 weeks' time, where there are twin by-elections, one in Wakefield as the result of the departure of an MP convicted for sexual assault, another down in the southwest where Neil Parish resigned after looking at pornography when he was searching for tractors in the Commons chamber. Now, those two by-elections are important. Wakefield, because it's a representative of a red wall seat, might fall to Labour, and down in the southwest, that's that Tiverton seat is a Conservative stronghold. Its current form never held by any opposition party, but the Lib Dems look like strong challengers. Lose both of those, and I think we will be right back here in Central Lobby, Sophie, discussing the same question of Boris Johnson's leadership.
OK, Sam, thank you very much indeed. We're going to leave you so you can go and find some more Conservative MPs to go and talk to. So just to recap the results of that all-important confidence vote, the Prime Minister won it. 211 MPs voting to say they had confidence in him. But just look at the numbers underneath. 148 of his own MPs saying that they did not have confidence in his leadership. That's 40% of the Conservative Party majority of just 63. And I have to say, some of the MPs who have been contacting me seeming to think that this could be the beginning of the end for the Prime Minister. 130 was the top end of survival. That would be roughly what Theresa May managed. That was roughly what Theresa May managed to get when she faced her own confidence vote, which of course she then resigned from later. Although it is worth saying, of course, that allies of the Prime Minister are continuing to say that this is a win. someone speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister saying to me, a decisive win that renews the Prime Minister's mandate and allows the government to focus relentlessly on the issues that concern our voters and deliver on their priorities. So that is the line from number 10, very similar to the line that came from the Education Secretary Nadhim Zahawi, who was saying earlier to us on Sky News that the Prime Minister just needed to get a simple majority of just one in order to win this vote.
50 plus 1 is a majority, right? Boris did much better than that. We draw a line and we move on because we've got 2 years to demonstrate to the nation that we can deliver on the economy. We've got to deal with the global battle against inflation. We've got to deal with the backlog of the NHS, safer streets, and of course, war in Europe. What do you think President Zelensky will be thinking tonight? He'll be punching the air because he knows his great ally Boris Johnson will be Prime Minister tomorrow morning. That's what we've got to focus on.
I wanted Nadhim Zahawi there saying that it's a convincing win for the Prime Minister, time to draw a line under things. Whether or not that will be possible, of course, is another question. We're joined now by Labour's David Lammy. What's your take on the result?
Well, this is staggering. It's appalling. He's done worse than Thatcher did in 1990, worse than John Major in 1995, worse than Theresa May in 2018. All of those Prime Ministers went on in the end to lose their job. 40% of his parliamentary party against him, most of his backbenchers against him, at a time when people are facing rising inflation, cost of living. He's got a parliamentary inquiry. He's got 2 by-elections. This is a disaster and he should go. Look, the Labour Party have been saying this, of course, for many, many months. A lot of the public, us expressing what we hear on the doorstep from the public. Now we're seeing that the Conservative Party have lost confidence in this Prime Minister, and it's on that basis that, frankly, he should resign. You're
saying that his party has lost confidence in the Prime Minister, but he did still win this vote. The more Conservative MPs say that they have got confidence in the Prime Minister.
I mean, just. And let's remember, 160 of those 211 are on what we call the government payroll.
Although it's a secret vote, so they can vote how they like.
They're being paid. He's done badly. I've been in politics now 22 years, and he's done very, very badly indeed. But in the end, look, this isn't a partisan thing. It's about, we need a Prime Minister that people can trust. We need a Prime Minister when people wake up in the morning, they know that he's got their concerns. How are you going to fix the economy? What are you going to do for schools? How are you going to get those waiting lists down? And I'm afraid this is a Prime Minister over and over again, venal, self-serving, I'm afraid untruthful, untrustworthy. If you can't trust him on the basics, how are you going to trust him on fixing our economy so that people can actually get out of this crisis? It's on that basis that his own MPs, listening to the emails, listening to the letters, listening to what they're hearing on the doorstep, voted against him tonight.
Well, I guess allies of the PM are saying tonight that what this vote does is to try, I mean, whether or not it's going to be successful is another thing, but to try and draw a line under that issue so that they can move on to focusing on exactly the kind of things that you're talking about.
Look, they're not going to be successful in drawing a line. I suspect he's going to lose these by-elections coming up. It's all revealed now, the war within the Conservative Party. And let's remember that it's going to be very hard for Boris Johnson to reconcile these two sides of the Conservative Party. You've got these red wall MPs who are concerned, frankly, about this Boris Johnson because they're hearing on the doorstep people raising the issues of truthfulness. And then you've got Tories in the traditional southern shires, Remain Tories, who've always been suspicious. How's he going to reconcile that going forward when you've had this number break out against him? He's not going to be able to, is the truth. And that damages not just his party, it damages the country. At a time when we need someone really focused on the job, it's all going to be about the internal manoeuvrings of the Conservative Party.
He's not going to resign, is he, though?
Look, I mean, I've always felt that this is a Prime Minister that we've never seen before because it's a sort of shamelessness. There's a lack of integrity that I don't recognise when I think of David Cameron, who walked away after he lost the referendum, Theresa May. These are not politicians that I share their view on the outlook, but they had a certain core integrity to them. This Prime Minister hasn't got that, and that's why his backbenchers have voted against him today.
Although I guess he would say that he has won this vote, the confidence vote. Yes, the rebellion was higher than they hoped, and he also, of course, convincingly won the 2019 general election.
Look,
so he has got a mandate.
So if it's like a B-52 bomber that's lost its engine, it's still flying, but it's heading in one direction, and that's down to the ground. That's where Boris Johnson is tonight. He's walking wounded.
So he's
bleeding all over Westminster. And sadly, it's the country who will suffer as a consequence of the Conservative Party's failure to act, failure to get rid of a Prime Minister that we all want to see the back of.
So do you want to see the back of him? Because you say that obviously, in your view, it's the public that will suffer. But could it be argued that this is actually the best possible result for the Labour Party?
Look, I just think this is beyond the day-to-day party politics. I have to say, I don't see the Conservative Party easily finding, a candidate that's going to have the kind of charisma and appeal that they need. But that's not really the issue. The issue is he should have left office a long time ago. He's still in office. They propped him up. They're in real trouble, and they put the country in trouble as a consequence.
OK, David Laming, thank you very much indeed. So that was the Labour view on tonight's vote. We can get some reaction now from a member of the Cabinet. We can go live now to Central Lobby and talk to Simon Hart, who is the Secretary of State for Wales. What's your reaction to the vote?
I think it was slightly better than anticipated. That's not to sound in any way complacent. Boris Johnson has gone from getting 51% when he was elected as leader to 60% tonight. That's an interesting movement, if you like, in the voting numbers. What I would say is, of course, we have to respect the views of 148 colleagues who would have reached that decision, after great agonisingly in some cases. And of course, the next stage of all of this is seeing if we can unite people around the causes for which we were elected back in 2019. And I've been in and around the party for quite a long time, and we are quite good at saying, OK, we've had this vote, we've expressed our view, we've fulfilled our responsibilities to our constituents as we see fit, but we now have the responsibility of returning to governing as fairly and competently as we can. So I would like to think that we can now coalesce around the reasons, as I say, and causes for which we were first elected.
Hang on a minute, I just have to pull you up on the comparison you're making between Boris Johnson's victory in the leadership contest and this confidence motion, because you're really comparing apples and pears here, aren't you? I mean, it's very different, a binary vote among Conservative MPs on whether you've got confidence in your own Prime Minister and whether or not you slightly prefer another candidate in a leadership election. I mean, come on.
I've been accusing people of not doing apples and apples comparisons all day, so I would like to think I have been consistent. I'm trying to be as consistent as possible. All I'm saying is that if we vote on multiple issues multiple times a day in this building, the rules of engagement are very clear. The person with the most votes wins, and whether that's 1 vote or 20 votes, 100 votes or whatever, the party is, and most politicians, to be fair, are very much respect and recognise that that's how voting works. We've now reached this position, a significant margin. If I won my own seat, by the way, with a margin of this amount, I'd be really, really chuffed to bits. And nobody would be arguing with the outcome.
I just wonder, taking a step back here, many MPs seem to say that part of the issue they had with the Sue Gray report and Partygate was Boris Johnson's reaction, that he effectively didn't really seem to be taking on board the depth of people's feeling. He wasn't being humble enough, he wasn't listening. And just hearing some of his allies responding to this confidence vote by saying, actually, he won decisively, it was great, we can draw a line under it. Are you just making the same mistake again? Are you not listening to what critics of the Prime Minister are trying to tell you? And could that just make the situation worse?
Well, I hope that isn't an accurate reflection of reality. I've been in the Chamber of the House of Commons and in other places too when the PM has made public references to what happened and his role or otherwise, his responsibility as leader and all of that. And I think it is perfectly fair for people to say that they expected contrition and they expected evidence of some of the sort of structural issues which led to the problems in the first place to be improved. Now, As I say, I'm just one voice in this. I've heard those remarks, and they seem to me to be entirely genuine. There will be some, I think David Lammy just now would be one.
I'm going to have to
wouldn't be
jump
prepared to
in.
take that.
Apologies to Simon Hart, because we have just heard from the Prime Minister. Let's hear what Boris Johnson has to say.
Prime Minister, how can you
Hello, good evening.
go on with 40% of your MPs against you?
So, well, I think this is a very good result for politics and for the country. I do. Just in this sense, I think it's a convincing result, a decisive result, and what it means is that as a government we can move on and focus on the stuff that I think really matters to people.
Sorry, I think it's a decisive result. Theresa May did better than you, and your allies wanted her to go straight away. How is this different? How can you possibly continue?
This is I've got a far bigger mandate from my own parliamentary colleagues, for instance, than I had in 2019. And
Margaret Thatcher had a pretty big mandate from the electorate that she had to go in when it was clear the MPs turned against her.
I'm grateful to colleagues. I'm grateful for the support that they've given me. And of course, I understand that what we need to do now is come together as a government, as a party, and that is exactly what we can now do. And what this gives us is the opportunity to put behind us all the stuff that I know the media have quite properly wanted to focus on for a very long time, and to do our job, which is to focus on the stuff that I think the public actually want us to be talking about, which is what we are doing to help the people of this country and all the things we're doing to take this country forward. Okay. And so what this means tonight is that we can focus on exactly that. We can focus on what we're doing to help people with the cost of living, with what we're doing to clear the COVID, with what we're doing to make streets and communities safer by putting more police out. And it gives us the opportunity to continue to unite, to level up, to strengthen our economy. We're going to go through a continuing difficult time because of the inflationary pressures that the world is experiencing. But we have a lot of natural strength, not least the lowest unemployment since 1974. And what I think is important about tonight, and forgive me, I'm going to say it again, I think this is very good news because it allows the government to focus on those issues. And that's what we're going to do.
You say you want to focus on those issues. 148 MPs on your own side are against you. They're going to be dragging you through the mud. How can you possibly govern with those numbers? You really think that's a good result?
I do.
It's a good result.
I certainly think it is, because don't forget that when I first stood to be leader of the Conservative Party in 2019, I didn't get anything like that much support from my colleagues in Parliament. We're doing that, and what we have now is an opportunity to put behind us all the stuff, as I say, that people in the media like going on about. And I think there's a difference in the category of conversation. I know that people want to talk about stuff that goes on at Westminster. What I want to talk about is what we as a government are doing
so you
to help people.
So you ignore those MPs?
And no, what we're going to do now is take the opportunity to unite and deliver. And that's what we want to do.
Are you ruling out a snap election? Is that not the only way forward to stop you from being a lame duck?
Well, what we want to do is to get on, use this moment, which I think is, whatever you may say, I think is decisive and conclusive, and continue with our priorities. And I think those are the
yes.
We are going through a period when we have to help people with the cost of living, and we are £1,200 for 8 million of the most vulnerable households in the country, plus a lot of other support. £400 to help absolutely everybody with the cost of energy. The only reason we can do that is because we have a robust economy, unemployment at the lowest level for 50 years. That is, those are the things that really matter to our country right now. And I am pleased because we now have the chance to talk exclusively about those priorities and not about all sorts of stuff that I know is of obsessive and compulsive interest to my beloved friends in the
just to
media.
confirm,
But I don't think really matters as much as the agenda of the government.
So you're in a worse position than Theresa May was after her vote in 2018, and you think this is a good result?
I think it's an extremely good, positive, conclusive, decisive result, which enables us to move on, to unite, and to focus on delivery. And that is exactly what we're going to do.
And to confirm, you're ruling out a snap election?
Sorry, you keep asking about, look...
Just yes or no?
I'm certainly have no... I see no point in focusing on anything else, and I'm certainly not interested in snap elections. What I'm interested in is delivering right now for the people of this country. We've got an amazing agenda. We have a fantastic mandate, a huge, biggest majority we secured in 2019 for the Conservatives for 40 years. If you look at what's just happened in Parliament, whatever statistics you want to chuck around, I've got many more MPs supporting me now than I did in 2019. I'm happy with that. We're going to bash on. We have a huge agenda, and we're going to get it done.
So you still think you're a popular Prime Minister in the party and in the country?
Look, can I just say, I think the most important thing, although you may want to focus on me and on politics and on Westminster, I think what matters is what we deliver and what we do. And as a result of this decision tonight by the Parliamentary Party, which I welcome, we have a conclusion to something that's been dragging on for far too long, and we have the ability now to unite, deliver, and get on with the people's priorities, and that is what we're going to do. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Boris Johnson there giving his reaction to that vote of confidence in his leadership, where 40% of his parliamentary party voted to say they had no confidence in him as Prime Minister. He said, I think this is a very good, positive, inclusive, decisive result that allows us to move on. Let's talk now to our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, who is in Downing Street for us. And Ali was the journalist conducting that interview. Ali, what did you feel the tone of the Prime Minister's response was?
Hi, Sophie. I don't know about you, but I was quite struck by how buoyant the Prime Minister seemed. He came in the room almost sort of bouncing with energy, I thought. And given, as you say, that we are talking about 148 MPs from his own party that this evening said they had no confidence in him, more than 40% of his parliamentary party, I was quite struck by just how upbeat he sounded. And you heard me asking him there repeatedly, did he really think that this was a good result? Yes, he won the vote, but speaking to MPs today, I don't think many people thought that he was going to lose. The question was just how badly or just how well would he do? How would the numbers stack up? And I think this is a worse result, definitely, than many people expected. And as I was saying in my interview, this is worse than Theresa May. She had a more decisive victory and she was gone 6 months later. And at the time, Boris Johnson's allies were saying that she was a lame duck, saying that she couldn't carry on. So to see him, I think, buoyant, calling this a convincing victory, saying it had been a good night, I thought was quite striking. I thought that perhaps he might strike a more serious tone. He said this was the moment to unite, to focus on the domestic agenda. But I think the reality is, with that many MPs from his own party against him, that could now be very challenging.
Yeah, certainly the gulf between the Prime Minister's tone and that of many of his MPs really quite striking this evening. Ali Fortescue, thank you very much indeed. Ali there in Downing Street. Well, let's get some more reaction now, shall we, to that result. We're joined now by Sonia Soda, who's a chief leader writer at The Observer, and Sarah Southern, a former aide to David Cameron. Sarah, let's go to you first. A positive result, a decisive result, time to move on.
Doesn't feel like that. I think if you've got 41% of your parliamentary party voting against you, you maybe aren't feeling as decisive as you would hope. I think the comparison that the Prime Minister made there, he's done better than 2019, well, it's not a like-for-like election. If that's the case, maybe let's have a rerun of the leadership election with the party.
Yeah, interesting take there. And it does feel like that comparison. We heard Simon Hart doing it on this programme earlier. Boris Johnson clearly seems to perhaps be one of the lines to take from Number 10 in response to it. Sonia Sodri, do you think this is worse than people are expecting?
It is worse than people are expecting, and it's kind of like it's a pretty bad result for the Conservative Party as well, I think, because at least if the rebels had got enough votes together to sort of depose Boris Johnson imminently, that would have provided some kind of decision for the Conservative Party. Here, you've almost got the worst of all worlds, really. You've got a pretty bad vote for the Prime Minister, worse than people were expecting. That 2019 wrong. I mean, it's just wrong, actually. Boris Johnson got a greater proportion of the parliamentary party voting for him against Jeremy Hunt back in 2019 than now. So I think it shows just quite how desperate they are that they're sort of trying to find these lines to spin.
And also, it's a completely different vote. It's a confidence vote in the Prime Minister compared to a vote about who you would prefer as a leader.
Exactly. And so I think it leaves the Prime Minister really wounded. I think it massively undermines his legitimacy and authority within his parliamentary party. We've got a couple of really important by-elections coming up in the next couple of weeks, which it actually looks like the Conservatives are going to lose both of them. So it's a pretty dire state of affairs. But, Boris Johnson is Boris Johnson. He will try and cling on for as long as he can. But I think what this means is we're going to be stuck with a government that even more than ever is just kind of afflicted by paralysis, strife, conflict, and very little will get done for the country.
The thing that really struck me from Boris Johnson's interview there is what it says about what he intends to do in the coming months. And it is pretty clear that he is going to take this result as a mandate, whether people agree with it or not, to dig in and he's certainly not going to resign, is he? Where do you think this leaves the Conservative Party going forward?
He really now needs to win those MPs back on side. I don't believe he'll resign. I appreciate that, Theresa May lasted another 6 months after her leadership confidence vote. I think that the Prime Minister won't resign. But if he doesn't win those MPs back on side, and if he doesn't win the party membership back, I can't see how he's going to be in a strong position to fight a general election. So let's see what the outcome of the by-elections is at the end of June. We'll soon be into summer recess. I think the Prime Minister needs to decide what his agenda is moving forward. What is it that he stands for? How is he going to tackle this cost of living crisis? How is he going to tackle the energy crisis? If he doesn't do a barnstorming speech at party conference come October, I think he could be, again, in difficulty in terms of having support from the party faithful.
I think certainly, if any of the reaction for many Conservative MPs to this, if he makes it to the conference, then that is, in some ways, is quite a hurdle to clear. In some ways, Sonia, do you think this could be the best result for Labour? You've got a Prime Minister who is wounded, despite the fact that his allies are saying that it was decisive, but it doesn't look like he wants to go anywhere.
I think for Labour, probably the longer that Boris Johnson hangs around. I mean, it's not great for the country, but I think probably the better for the Labour Party, because I think if you look at the polling, what you can see quite clearly is that Boris Johnson is a real drag on the Conservative brand. He's doing much, much worse than the party itself. I think the reason why this vote is so problematic for him is it's reflective of the fact that his MPs have been out talking to their constituents, and we can see in the polls that the public have really turned against Boris Johnson in a way that they just weren't quite there maybe 6 months ago. And I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on his MPs. And it would be quite extraordinary if a Prime Minister managed to turn around the level of unpopularity that Boris Johnson now has got with voters. I think to turn that around is quite impossible, actually. So I do think that sooner or later his MPs will act. But I think, Labour... It's a really good outcome for Labour. That Boris Johnson sort of hanging around, the Tories. I mean, some of the vitriol we've been seeing from MPs like Nadine Dorries against Jeremy Hunt on Twitter and social media today. It's really quite something. It's been a long time since we've seen a governing party have this level of public breakdown. So I think it's going to make voters even more cynical about Johnson and the government.
Talking about the voters, and what you'll hear allies of Boris Johnson saying, I guess, is that, look, polls are polls, an election, there's no imminent election going on. He was talking to Ali there saying that he's got no desire to call a snap election. And Boris Johnson is a proven election winner. He not only won the leadership contest that they keep talking about, but he also won the 29 general election by a landslide. Talking to MPs like Alex Stafford, like I did earlier, from Rother Valley, the first ever Conservative MP for these kind of seats, they say, why would you get rid of him?
But that was Boris Johnson 2019 model. So much has happened, so much has changed. I don't believe that the public have got such an affection for him that they did 2.5 years ago. What was achieved in that 2019 election was incredible. I never thought in my lifetime that I would see so many Tory seats in the northeast of England. I effectively come from a Tory stronghold now, but I think that unless he brings that pizzazz back, I don't think the public will be voting for him again.
Thank you both very much indeed. Interesting to hear your thoughts tonight. Well, that is the end of our general election, I was going to say. We've been talking about the general elections. Here we go. Not for a while, we're told. Thank you very much for watching our confidence motion programme. Wow, what a result it was. Boris Johnson winning decisively, according to the Prime Minister. He says that will allow him to draw a line under things, with 211 of his own MPs voting in favour of his leadership. But 148 Conservative MPs, that is 4 in 10 of the parliamentary party, voting to say that they do not have confidence in his leadership. It is going to be a rocky few months ahead. Coming up next on Sky News at 10, Dermot Murnahan will have all the latest reaction as the Prime Minister survives tonight's confidence vote.
The inspiration behind our product came from understanding how big of a problem livestock methane emissions were.
Y con eso ya podemos ir evaluando entonces cómo el cambio climático va a afectar estos ecosistemas. Y eso cómo afecta prácticamente toda la cadena. O sea, si afectamos a los productores primarios, que son las microalgas, vamos a ver afectado obviamente todo el resto de los organismos.
It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10, live from Downing Street, where the Prime Minister is tonight wounded and gravely weakened.
I can announce that the Parliamentary Party does have confidence.
Applause, but troubling signs for Boris Johnson as a large group of his own MPs say they no longer have confidence in the Prime Minister. There are calls tonight for the PM to consider his position, but his allies say he has done enough to see off the challenge to his authority.
I think it's an extremely good, positive, conclusive, decisive result, which enables us to move on, to unite and to focus on delivery.
Conservative MPs made their choice tonight. They have ignored the British public and hitched themselves and their party firmly to Boris Johnson and everything that he represents.
We'll have all the latest reaction from a result that could redefine the future of the Conservative Party and the country. And we'll hear from voters in Wakefield in West Yorkshire on what they make of the turmoil in Westminster. Also tonight, hundreds more flights cancelled, thousands more travellers stranded, and tonight a warning that the travel chaos at airports could last for weeks. Ukraine's president leaves Kiev to visit a city on the front line and warns that Ukrainian resistance there is being tested by heavy shelling. Toasting an extra day off every week, the company's trying out a 4-day plan to improve productivity. And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's front pages in our press preview from 10:30. Good evening from Downing Street, where tonight Boris Johnson remains Prime Minister, but only after 4 in 10 of his own MPs say they have lost confidence in him. The Tory leader survived a vote of confidence, but the result has dealt a severe blow to his authority. Despite a last-ditch plea to his MPs, concern over the Partygate scandal, economic policy, and Mr Johnson himself saw 148 turn against him. Allies say his victory should draw a line under the issue, but some backbenchers tonight are calling on him to stand down. Coming up, we'll hear from Downing Street insiders and voters in West Yorkshire. But our first report tonight comes from our political editor, Beth Rigby.
The moment of truth for Boris Johnson.
The vote in favour of having confidence in Boris Johnson as leader was 211 votes, and the vote against was 148 votes. And therefore, I can announce that the Parliamentary Party does have confidence.
148 MPs voting against their PM. He wins, but this is hardly a victory. The cheers and banging of desks couldn't drown out the reality. Over 40% of the party just voted against its leader. The PM desperate to turn the page.
I think this is a very good result for politics and for the country. I do. Just in this sense, I think it's a convincing result, a decisive result, and what it means is that as a government we can move on and focus on the stuff that I think really matters to people.
But his detractors think the damage is done.
Unfortunately, the issue can't be settled like that. Over a third of the parliamentary party has expressed no confidence in the Prime Minister. A Prime Minister of honour would look at the figures, accept the fact that he has lost the support of a significant proportion of his party and consider his position.
The Labour leader happy to exploit divisions in the ruling party.
Conservative MPs made their choice tonight. They have ignored the British public and hitched themselves and their party firmly to Boris Johnson and everything that he represents.
There had been an uneasy Jubilee truce between the PM and his party. It was over shortly after dawn, as long-term Johnson ally Jesse Norman reignited the simmering rebellion with this letter calling the PM's response to Partygate grotesque and calling on him to resign. Confirmation quickly followed that dozens of his colleagues agreed.
The threshold of 15% of the parliamentary party seeking a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister has been passed. Therefore, a vote of confidence will take place.
The PM told on Sunday the rebellion had cleared its first hurdle, with at least 54 of his own MPs saying it was time for him to go. The Cabinet dispatched to insist he must stay.
I'm hoping we get through this vote tonight and we can get on and deliver our manifesto.
He's a dead man walking,
Thank
though,
you very much.
Tracy, he's a dead man walking.
Not. He's a strong leader who will get the big calls right. And thank you very much for all your time.
But this rebellion had been building for months, bringing in all factions of the Tory party from all intakes. Pleas of loyalists doing little to change the minds of those out of patience. Like this MP, Boris Johnson's anti-corruption czar, resigning after concluding his boss broke the ministerial code. Is he done, whichever way now?
I fear that is probably the case. I think it's over. It feels now like a question of when, not if. You know, at the moment, insofar as anyone can tell, it feels like the beginning of the end.
And facing such an acute leadership crisis, Boris Johnson nowhere to be seen in public, leaving the Estonian PM alone on the doorstep of number 10 as the British PM hid inside, his political woes disrupting the duties of leadership. And then later, behind these windows, he made one last plea to his party before the voting began. Stick with me, he said. The best is yet to come. The vote tonight shows how many of Boris Johnson's MPs disagree with him. 2.5 years ago, they cheered him on as he won that 80-seat majority. But tonight, 148 of them have said it's time for him to go. From all-powerful to deeply damaged, from untouchable to deeply tarnished, once adored, now disdain. This vote is undoubtedly a mortal blow to his political authority. Yes, he survives, but can he ever recover? The PM's allies like to say never write off Boris Johnson, but history says Tory leaders never shake off the damage of a confidence vote, whatever the outcome. For now, he stays in office, but is he really now in power? Beth Rigby, Sky News, Westminster.
Well, of course, tonight's vote might have seemed unthinkable 2.5 years ago when Boris Johnson's Conservatives won the general election with an 80-seat majority. But, of course, revelations about partying in Downing Street during the pandemic and the Prime Minister's response to the internal investigation soured the mood for some Tory MPs. And when that has happened in the past, it has ultimately proved fatal for other Conservative leaders. Now, our deputy political editor, Sam Coates' report does contain some flashing images.
A Conservative winner like no other in 4 decades. Always an unconventional path which took him to the heart of the establishment, proving doubters wrong. With an 80-seat majority, Tory MPs were told time and again to trust him through the turbulence. Holidays and wallpaper, but who paid for what? Upending the rules for an MP found guilty of sleaze, parties in Downing Street and the denials that followed. But dealing with Brexit, the pandemic, the cost of living crisis and war in Ukraine never allowed a moment for politics as normal. All the time, gradually, the public were changing their mind. Now Tory MPs have thrown him a life ring. A win, yes, but far from settling matters, has it just exposed divisions? Veterans of past Tory leadership challenges clear there's trouble ahead.
What we have seen today is a classic example of a party where its fractures become very, very open between the members of Parliament as they're looking for their own particular constituency. So it's a big deal and it can't be underestimated. And Boris Johnson is going to be damaged. There's no two ways about it.
All this barely 3 years on from the last attempt to oust a PM.
The parliamentary party does have confidence.
Theresa May survived on the day, but was gone within 6 months.
But with enormous and enduring gratitude to have had the opportunity to serve the country I love.
History suggests a vote like today's rarely settle matters.
John Major was never the same again, and Margaret Thatcher fell on her sword, and Theresa May was faithfully wounded. It's a vote in time, but a lot of things happen very quickly for a Prime Minister who has the skates under them.
This is the messiest of all outcomes for Boris Johnson. Cabinet ministers in public saying a win's a win, but in private, insiders quite open that the poor showing tonight is going to make their life more difficult. And now what if the Tories lose both by-elections in a few weeks' time? Or if MPs judge that Boris Johnson lied to the Commons?
Right now, the Conservative Party seems on balance determined to place its faith in a man who delivered their landslide barely 3 years ago. Sam Coates, Sky News, Westminster.
Well, Boris Johnson may have survived tonight's vote, but he has other challenges on the horizon. The first of those will come in a bit over a fortnight, when voters in 2 Conservative seats go to the polls. One of those by-elections will be in Wakefield in West Yorkshire. And our People and Politics correspondent, Nick Martin, has been speaking to voters there about how events in Westminster today might influence their vote.
In the next few weeks, this cathedral city in West Yorkshire will vote for a new MP. And the result could tell us a lot about how people feel about the Prime Minister and his government.
Cities like Wakefield, which were Labour for so long, turned Tory in the last general election, and that helped to secure victory for Boris Johnson. But now a recent poll suggests that Labour are 20 points ahead here. And if that's true, then the Conservatives could be heading for a crushing defeat in this by-election.
It's been a bruising time for Boris Johnson, and the lockdown parties and subsequent fines seem to hit a nerve with some voters.
The things that he's done, put us in lockdown, then have his own party. He's just gone against his own word, so it's disgusting, really.
Why was he ignoring the restrictions? Why was he ignoring the rules?
Is it the partying that's really got you upset?
It's not helped his case, has it? It's not helped it, no.
If it came to a general election, a vote now, would you be happy for him to continue as a Prime Minister?
I've got no option.
You've got no option?
No option.
The Tory win here in 2019 was remarkable. Labour, after all, had held this seat since the 1930s.
Check-on Greek salad and sweet potato wedges.
The question is whether, after everything that's happened, have they got enough support to win again?
It just comes across as a bit bumbling, a bit idiotic at times, and end of the day he's going to live and die on his sword, and he made the rules and he's decided to break them.
So you had faith in him, you had faith in him at the beginning, you were willing to vote for him, but it's the party thing, is it, that's dented that faith?
I would definitely say the party, that if he can't keep his own rules, he can't be trusted, and trust is the main thing that you need.
As these kids growing up, you want the best for their future, and given that, you know, how he's led over the past few years, it's not been great.
Support for politicians can flourish and wither in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Annetta Ford is a florist in the city, and she's also a loyal Conservative.
What he's done since Brexit, COVID, and Ukrainian war, that is the main thing. So I'm looking on the bigger picture, not just a glass of wine. And I got that confidence, I have to say. Yeah.
So you believe that going forward he should remain Prime Minister because he's getting more right than wrong?
Well, yeah, in a nutshell, yeah.
A defeat in Wakefield would pile even more pressure on the Prime Minister at a time when confidence in his leadership is being tested to the limits. Nick Martin, Sky News, Wakefield.
Well, let's bring Beth Rigby back in. And Beth, 148 of his own MPs voting against him. I mean, that's clearly a bad night. The question, I suppose, is just how bad?
Well, Dermot, I think the first thing to say is that this result is worse than his allies had hoped for. That is very clear. 148 MPs voting against him. They didn't want any sort of figure like that. So that's the first thing to say. The second thing to say is he survived it. Now, under Tory party rules, that means he should be safe for a year unless things dramatically deteriorate and MPs ask Graham Brady to look at it again. So that's the second thing to say. But the third thing to say about it is when 148 of your own MPs say they don't have confidence in you, how are you going to run your programme of government? Because if you have 40 MPs that consistently rebel, that are galvanised by this vote, that decide that they've lost confidence in you and they are not coming back to the table, the Prime Minister's not really going to be able to get any legislation through. And if he thinks tonight he's drawn a line under it, as he was saying to Ali Fortescue in number 10, I've just had this through from a very senior Conservative saying it's time for the Cabinet to show some leadership and realise the game's up for the Prime Minister. So that is not drawing a line under anything at all. Look, Dermot, what's going on here? There was a simmering civil war going on for months, really. This has been blown open now by this confidence vote. Yes, he's survived it, but you can't put the genie back in the bottle. The damage has been done, and now the question is whether and how much he struggles on in the coming months.
OK, Beth, many thanks. Beth Rigby, our political editor there with that analysis, and the result of tonight's vote is all over tomorrow's papers, it goes without saying. Here's the Financial Times summing it up with the headline, Johnson wounded in confidence voters, 41% of Tory MPs rebel. And you can scroll through the front pages while watching our extended press preview and news review by scanning the QR code on your screen right now. Joining us in Downing Street from 10:30 this evening will be the Daily Mirror's political editor, Pippa Crerar, and the Times Home Affairs editor, Matt Dathan, 10:30. Well, on to other news now. And thousands of people are stuck abroad tonight after hundreds of flights were cancelled at the end of the bank holiday weekend. Many of them are stranded in airports, while others are trying to make other arrangements to try to get home. Well, more than 140 more flights were cancelled today. EasyJet, British Airways and TUI all cancelled flights, many at short notice, including over 100 short-haul BA departures from Heathrow. Over the bank holiday weekend, 189 flights into the UK were scrapped, and on top of that, over 300 flights leaving for international locations were also cancelled. Over 15,000 people have been affected, either without a flight, delayed, or stuck with nowhere to go, as Becky Johnson now reports.
Annie Massey should be on a school trip abroad by now. Her stepmother, Naomi, due back at the primary school in Crewe where she teaches. Instead, their family holiday in Portugal ended with a night in Faro Airport when their EasyJet flight was cancelled. Desperate to get back, they flew to Paris on Sunday, only to find their train was cancelled too. Already £2,000 out of pocket, they're still not home.
So angry, really, at EasyJet, for one, because there's been absolutely no communication with them whatsoever. I still now, 36 hours nearly later, can't get onto the app. I still can't work out an alternative flight.
EasyJet have apologised to customers, but they're not the only airline cancelling flights. Passengers at Luton were left disappointed.
It makes us think twice about travelling abroad again. It really does. It's just because you need nerves of steel and a huge amount of energy, and to be very flexible in your thinking.
The problem is staff shortages. Airports and airlines unable to recruit and get security clearance for staff quickly enough since travel restrictions were lifted.
This is stretching everyone to the limit. And I don't see this getting any better over the next few weeks because there simply aren't enough people working within the aviation environment to solve this.
Bad news for the many thousands stuck abroad. Passengers whose flights are landing back in the UK will be counting themselves among the lucky ones. For all those left stranded, the main questions now are when they'll be able to get home and when or if they'll get any of their money back. The Transport Secretary has said passengers should get automatic compensation. But aviation bosses blame the government for not doing enough to help end the chaos. Becky Johnson, Sky News.
The battle for eastern Ukraine is becoming increasingly intense. The Ukrainian president said today that the fierce bombardment of these strategically important cities of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk have left them, in his words, dead. Well, despite that, Russian forces have been pushed back marginally, and last night Volodymyr Zelensky visited the front line. Russian and Ukrainian troops are now fighting street by street in Severodonetsk, a crucial battle which could be the key to the Donbass. Just days ago, Russia controlled 70% of the city, but the recent fighting has seen their troops pushed back away from the twin city of Lysychansk. Alistair Bunkle reports now from Dnipro, west of Donbass.
This, by President Zelensky, was extraordinary. He isn't in a secure bunker safely away from the action. He is right on the front line, next to some of the fiercest fighting of this conflict, in the town of Lysychansk. Just think what message these pictures send to the soldiers and to the Ukrainian people. Just think what message it sends to the Kremlin. Can you imagine Vladimir Putin taking this kind of risk?
Each family has its own story. Most were without men. Someone's husband went to war. Someone's is in captivity. Someone's unfortunately died. A tragedy, no home, no loved one. But we must live for the children. True heroes, they are among us.
This is what it looks like above ground. The shelling is relentless as both sides dig in and fight for small gains. But the battle could be pivotal. And so that's why Zelensky put himself right in the middle of it to gee up his troops, and why Russia is throwing everything at it.
They put too much forces there, they put too much efforts, and we still have a difference in numbers and in capabilities. That is why we saw like a weight in all the military assistance which we should gain with the better artillery, better air defense, and which provide us a better capability to hold on and to make a counter-offensive.
Those weapons are now on their way. The Americans and British are providing them, and they are expected to be here soon. The Russians aren't happy.
If all of this on the part of the United States and its satellites is a reaction to what is happening, then I will emphasize again, the longer the range system supplied to the Kiev regime will have, the farther we will push the Nazis from the line from where they could threaten the Russians in Ukraine and the Russian Federation.
Both sides are fighting this war at huge cost. The death toll is enormous. The faces of the dead Ukrainian soldiers line a long wall in the center of Kyiv now. Civilian deaths too. Cemeteries are now filling with freshly dug graves. It is no exaggeration to say that some burial grounds are simply running out of room. The sacrifice being made in defense of this country could at times leave you speechless. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in eastern Ukraine.
A further 77 cases of monkeypox have been detected in the United Kingdom. It brings the total number of confirmed cases in the country to 302. The Health Security Agency said 287 of those cases are in England, 10 in Scotland, 3 in Wales, and 2 in Northern Ireland. The police watchdog is appealing for witnesses after a man died entering the River Thames after being tasered by officers. Police were called to Chelsea Bridge Road in West London on Saturday morning following reports of a man armed with a screwdriver and shouting. He was rescued by the RNLI but later died in hospital. Elon Musk is threatening to cancel his deal to buy Twitter, alleging that the company has failed to disclose the number of fake accounts on the platform. The billionaire, who's spearheading the $44 billion takeover, has made a number of comments in recent weeks criticising Twitter and its management team. Well, returning to the Conservative leadership vote and whatever the political battles here in Westminster, for most people, it's the cost of living crisis that will affect them the most. It's being harshly felt in places like Dewsbury in West Yorkshire, where one local food bank has seen donations dry up. Our communities correspondent, Lisa Holland, has this report.
You know things are getting bad in this cost of living crisis when a food bank has to turn away hungry people.
A week ago, this was empty.
It was completely empty. So we had a table that had very few items on, and we had very little tinned food left.
The cupboard was bare.
It was.
After an urgent online appeal, volunteers at this food bank in Dewsbury in West Yorkshire were able to restock.
You get 4 tins in there.
But they're lurching from 1 week to the next.
We ran out of food. We absolutely ran out of food at this food bank. And I was shocked in some ways, but in another, no. This is something that I should have expected, because our list has become so overwhelmed, and people are reaching out so much more.
I made the last donation about a couple of months ago, approximately. Due to we can't afford it, you know, simple as.
This is at the heart of why some food banks are worried. Even the donors are falling on hard times. Ziggy has run a corner shop for more than 40 years.
So you've stopped stocking the most expensive wines?
Basically, it's money stuck up on the shelves, which needs to be turned over.
So the expensive wines you've stopped selling?
That's right, we stopped selling.
Nobody's got any money, including the shopkeeper, whose energy bills to power the fridges are £500 a week. But it hurts he's no longer able to give back to the community.
We should donate a lot of grocery, a lot of pop bottles and bits crisp and stuff like that. We feel horrible because we cannot donate the stuff that we like to donate again, which we can't afford to do.
But when help dries up, we found a darker side to the desperation. Business after business told us petty crime has gone through the roof.
Usually they just come, grab something, it's very cheap as well, for £3, £2, they grab and they just walk away with it.
This delivery driver says he can't leave boxes of stock unattended for even a minute.
I have to take one out, close the doors. And each time I take it out, shut the doors.
What, because it's not safe?
Yeah, no safes.
Well, you think someone's going to steal it?
Yes.
Things are that bad?
Yes. Yeah, it's very bad now.
Is that the cost of living crisis?
Yeah, 100%.
People say they can't remember it like this. In shops, customers arguing over prices and profit margins that are tiny.
For example, them hair remover things, that probably not even cost probably not even a 2 penny or 3 penny left.
That's your profit?
Yeah.
And that's because you just think no one's going to buy it?
Yeah, because if I put that 130, people still complain. You're saying, why is it going up?
No wonder people are afraid of the future when even the hand that feeds them is struggling. Lisa Holland, Sky News, Dewsbury.
Well, now, before the pandemic, working from home was something of a rarity. Well, now bosses are under pressure to keep changing the way we work. Today, that came in the shape of a scheme to give some workers a 4-day working week. And while that might sound like a recipe for relaxing, it's actually intended to improve productivity. Our business correspondent, Paul Kelso, explains.
A cold beer is one reward for a hard week's work. This North London brewer wants to bring that well-earned drink forward, introducing a 4-day week for staff who will receive the same wages as for 5 and be expected to be just as productive.
We have to be more efficient and think about different ways potentially of doing things. Like today, I'm packaging the kegs ahead of a canning run, so instead of packaging them all on the same day, we're kind of splitting those tasks up a little bit. That means we'll finish canning it sooner, which means we'll be able to clean it sooner, which means we're sort of like trying to get ahead.
Going through the pandemic and lockdown and working from home, it really gave, I think, a lot of us pause for how we work, how we structure our work. We're a really small, close-knit team here, which I also think goes towards feeling like you're kind of supported and that you will be able to, efficiently get your time into those 4 days.
The boss hopes a better quality of life will help him attract staff and improve productivity.
This is something we feel we can do where we may not be able to offer our staff the pay rises that they want this year, but we can offer something that improve their lives in a different way.
This is one of more than 70 companies taking part in what is the largest ever trial of the 4-day week. And it comes after 2 years in which COVID changed the way many people work and their expectations of their job. And with the economy facing a downturn, it may be the perfect time to discover whether British workers really can be more productive.
The UK is amongst the worst for our kind of long hours working culture. We're normally at the top or second to the top for the longest hours worked in Europe, and yet our productivity lags behind countries such as Germany, the Netherlands, even France.
Millions have just enjoyed the benefits of a long weekend, courtesy of the Jubilee. But some warn a permanent extension may not suit all jobs.
I think we're not there yet. It might be 5, 10, 20 years away. The reason I don't think it'll work now is the timing is so bad. You know, we've just come out of COVID, we're just coming out of Brexit, and the economy may be going into recession. And I think if we suddenly whack it with basically a 25% pay increase, it could just destroy the economy.
The trial will last 6 months, after which more people may be toasting a shorter week for the same pay. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
And that was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we'll take a first look at tomorrow's papers in the press preview, including this story on the front of the Daily Star. Their headline, Carry On Pinocchio. Well, tonight we're joined by the Daily Mirror's political editor, Pippa Crerar, and the Times Home Affairs editor, Matt Dathan.